sponsor, respected Vice Chancellor in charge, Dr. Manimala Puri, respected panel members for the conference, member of Board of Studies and Advisory Board, all heads from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, the principals and directors of schools of architecture, and dear friends. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the first national conference, Skills in Architectural Education, a New Paradigm, organized by School of Architecture, Urban Development and Planning. While the innovation in technology has brought about a sea change in architecture as a profession, the basic learning of skills required to become an architect have not yet been formally structured as of now. The National Education Policy 2020 and Council of Architecture's Minimum Standards for Architectural Education 2020 both stress upon skill development aspect of education. It is time for architectural education to move out from studios to outdoors and adopt skill-based methodologies. We need a systematic overhaul in the conventional architectural education system to bridge the gap between education and professional work. This conference is an attempt to begin the process of a new change. Symbiosis Skills and Professional University is the first skills university in Maharashtra, with 70% teaching through practical learning or experiential learning and 30% application-oriented theory. We have state-of-the-art labs set up by industry partners so that our students can get wonderful hands-on teaching learning experience. We have program-oriented internships every year, right from first year to final year. We also have interdisciplinary training in soft skills and personality development, which are also known as 21st century skills, or you can call it employability skills, to make the students ready for the profession and industry. Industry visits, practical training, case studies, presentations, culturals, extracurricular and sports activities are part and parcel of the academics. We have faculty with vast academic and industry experience and well-equipped library and computer labs as well. Being part of Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, the only skills university, we are trying to explore the different ways in which skill education can be imparted to the students of architecture. There might be many more ways which are yet to be explored and which can drive the new generation of architects to be nation builders. We had organized this conference on skills and architectural education, a new paradigm, in March 2020. Unfortunately, we had to cancel the conference due to the nationwide COVID-19 lockdown. We had received an overwhelming response to the conference with 90 abstracts, 50 papers, out of which 29 papers have been selected for presentation during this two-day conference. This conference aims to look at skill development as a new paradigm in architectural education. So I once again welcome all of you to this conference, and I hope you have a great learning experience in next 2 days. Now I request Meenal ma'am to proceed with the further procedures. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce you to our respected Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Swati Muzumdar. Swati Muzumdar is the Vice President of Symbiosis Foundation and the Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis Skills Universities in Pune and Indore. She has completed her MBA, MS in USA, and PhD in Skill Development and Vocational Education. She worked for 12 years in top IT companies in US before returning to India and joining Symbiosis in furthering the cause of education. She is a global thought leader and a renowned expert in higher education and skill-based vocational education. She is a policy advisor to the state and federal governments, as well as part of the think tanks established by UNESCO in the field of TVET and higher education. Dr. Swati has led the establishment of two of India's pioneering skill development universities in Pune and Indore. They have been set up with an investment of US dollars 100 million by and large one of the biggest investments dedicated to the skill education in India. Dr. Swati chaired the Vocational Education and Skill Development Committee of Government of Maharashtra for defining the state's policy in this regard. She was also a member of the working group of MHRD and Planning Commission for providing inputs in the area of vocational education and skill development to Government of India for the 12th five-year plan. Dr. Swati has been a recipient of several awards and is invited as a keynote speaker in the national and international forums. Dr. Swati has been doing research for past many years in the area of skill development and vocational education and developed a unique model of a skills university suitable for India and select sunrise sectors. She is a great visionary and a motivation to all of us. I now request Dr. Swati Madam to address all the delegates.
Thank you, Dr. Gauri. First of all, I welcome Honorable Chancellor, Honorable President of COA, and all other dignitaries and speakers, as well as participants who have gathered online for today's conference, two-day conference. I'm really happy that the School of Architecture at the Symbiosis Skills and Professional University has taken this initiative to arrange a two-day conference on a very, very relevant topic of how skill-based education is important in the field of architecture, urban planning, and development. I hope that this two-day conference is of interest and learning to all the participants, and I'm sure all of you will learn a lot from the distinguished speakers who have kindly consented to be part of this conference. I welcome President COA. Unfortunately, sir, we have not been able to arrange your personal visit to the university, although it was very much our desire. Both myself and Dr. Gauri Madam were very keen that you come and visit this Skills University and guide and mentor us on how we can offer architecture education better than what we are doing at present. However, I must thank you personally that you accepted to be in this conference as chief guest and deliver a keynote address later on in the session today. This skill university was established in 2017 under the Maharashtra Government Act, and I must thank all the trustees of Symbiosis for laying faith in me and my colleagues to establish and invest in this new experiment, which I can say for our country, the Skill University. We have succeeded a lot in the last 4 years, and more than 1,200 students are studying in various skill-based programs. This university offers programs not only at the degree level in management or engineering or architecture, but also at diploma and certificate. What the new education policy is conceptualized now, the Symbiosis Skills and Professional University implemented 4 years ago with the vertical mobility and the ability for students to bank their credits and allow multi-entry, multi-exit from certificate to diploma to degree. And this experiment succeeded. We got a great response from the students as well as the parents. And I'm happy that they laid confidence in the Symbiosis brand and joined this new university, which was established in 2017, as I mentioned, under the Legislative Act of the Government of Maharashtra. Today, the university has, apart from the School of Architecture, under management, it has School of Retail Management. We also have School of Logistics and Supply Chain. As you are aware, during COVID, logistics and supply chain has especially gained a lot of importance. We also have a School of Ports and Terminals, which prepares students to take up job opportunities in this area. Under engineering, we have mechatronics, We have automobile and construction and infrastructure, which is like a sister school to the School of Architecture, and they share and learn a lot from each other. We also have a school of beauty wellness where we train students on joining the evergreen wellness sector, and also a new school of data science and a school of cyber security, which we have conceptualized only this year. As I mentioned, again, this being a skill university, all our courses are specialized courses, and we do not offer run of the mill conventional courses. As you are aware, the unemployment is a lot in educated youth, and therefore, it is our vision and mission at Symbiosis to create students who are employable and who can be self employed, who can be entrepreneurs in their own rights. Recently, our first and second year students won the national award for the Smart India Hackathon, which is a remarkable feat for a university which is just 4 years old. Although we draw a long legacy from our Symbiosis group with more than 40 years of excellence established by Dr. Muzumdar sir in 1971 as a home away from home, the legacy of providing excellence in education continues. And with this new university, Symbiosis also plans to offer skills along with knowledge to the students and the youth of our country. We also offer a lot of short term courses under CSR for the underprivileged students, youth, and even women, whereby they get an opportunity to become self employed quickly. These courses, short term courses, range anywhere from 1 month to 6 months. And I'm happy to inform you that in the last 1 year, the university has trained more than 300 students in just short term courses, apart from the 1,200 students who are pursuing degree programs. I am once again thankful to all the dignitaries, the president and founder of Symbiosis, and the chancellor of this university, Dr. Muzumdar sir, who has taken out time to be available online for this conference and share his thoughts with all the participants. I am also thankful to the president of Council of Architecture, who has so kindly agreed to be a part of this conference and deliver the keynote address. A big thanks to all the keynote speakers, the distinguished speakers, as well as the delegates who have decided to participate in this conference and share their thoughts on this very important and pertinent topic. I'm sure that the deliberations at the end of the 2 day conference will be very useful not only to the university and the faculty of the School of Architecture, but also to all of the participants as well as to the Council of Architecture. I request the President COA to help us and guide us further in this endeavor of providing skill based architectural professional education under the umbrella of the School of Architecture. My congratulations to Dr. Gauri, the director, as well as all her faculty who have put together this very interesting 2 day conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for your encouraging words. And I would now request Meenal to proceed further. It is my honor to introduce you to Honorable Dr. S.B. Muzumdar sir, founder and president of Symbiosis Society, India's leading educational and cultural center, and Chancellor of Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, and Symbiosis International University. Dr. Muzumdar is an MSc in Botany and PhD in Microbiology from Pune University. As a professor of botany at Fergusson College, Pune, he headed the department for 20 years. He was also a recognized PhD guide in Pune University. He has published over 50 original research articles in several national and international scientific journals and authored several books on life sciences. He has also contributed over 200 articles on science, education, and youth development. He was part of Executive Council, the Senate, Academic Council, and Chairman of Board of Studies in Botany, as well as ICCR's Foreign Academic Advisor in Pune University for many years. Symbiosis was born in 1971 as an international cultural and educational center, providing a home away from home to a large number of students, including foreign students who come to Pune in pursuit of higher education. Symbiosis was early to realize the new era of education, vocational and skill-based education, and founded Symbiosis Open Education Society in 2008 to impart skill-based training and higher education. SOES founded India's first skill development university, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, Pune, and Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. He is the recipient of several awards, including the prestigious Padma Shri in 2005 and Padma Bhushan in 2012 by the Government of India. He is also the recipient of the first APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Award. I now request our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, to enlighten all of us with his thoughts.
Good morning to all and namaste. Today's distinguished chief guest, President of Indian Council of Architecture, Professor Habib Khan, Pro-Chancellor of this university, Dr. Swati, the Director of this Institute of School of Architecture and Urban Development Planning, Gauri Shivarkar. There are many others who are attending this conference, and I'm glad and congratulate Gauri for inviting the stalwarts in the field of architecture. I'm also happy that many eminent architects like Madhav Joshi, Ujjwala Chakradev, Harivaman Pillai, Karan Kalamdani, Jayashree Deshpande, and others are also going to participate in this 2D conference. Friends, I am extremely happy that this conference on skill in architectural education has been organized. Because we realize that skill development education is bound to increase the employability of our youth. The conventional education, which imparts education in arts, science, commerce, humanities and social sciences, and even engineering, they produce large number of graduates. But those graduates add to the unemployment of this country. And therefore, government also realized that skill education, the skill development education, is the only answer to increase the employability of our youth. And with this dream in our heart, we started skill-based education institutions. We have skill and professional university in Pune. We have applied sciences university in Indore. But all these two universities emphasize skill education. Having spent more than 50 years in higher education, I do feel that skill education is the only type of education which is required by our country. And you will find that government has also realized this. Government has established what we call skill development corporation, skill councils, many verticals in skill development. And therefore, I feel that skill development education is going to be a wonderful and job earning education in our country. The national skill development, the national education policy 2020, which is headed by Kastur Rangan, has also emphasized on vocationalization. And what that policy envisages is the vocationalization is integrated with higher education. And therefore, henceforth, national education policy contemplates that every course, be it in humanities, be it in social sciences, be it in engineering, or be it in architecture, vocationalization is going to be a part and participle and will be integrated in different faculties. Now, this education policy also emphasizes multinationality, multi disciplinary institutions, which means that instead of solo institutions, the policy contemplates large universities having multidisciplinary approaches, multidisciplinary faculties, and therefore a day will come when all these disciplines will come together and a university will be a multidisciplinary university. I'm very happy that School of Architecture is giving emphasis on more skills than on theory. As Dr. Gauri rightly mentioned in the beginning, in our architecture school, we lay emphasis 70% practical, that is skill, and 30% theory. Whereas in other institutions, it is the other way. For example, I have found that many engineers, which are producing lakhs and lakhs, they are unemployable, they are not industry ready, and therefore many corporates have to start training courses, especially to give them training which are essential in that particular company. Similar thing must be happening even in our architecture. And therefore, this conference is going to discuss how to bridge between theory and practical, between classroom teaching and out of classroom teaching. And I personally feel that when it comes to architecture, it is the outside education, outside the classroom, that a student is going to learn more skills about architecture. I'm indeed very happy that so many stalwarts in architectural field are going to interact and find out ways and means to make the architectural course more skill-based rather than theoretical-based. I wish all the participants best, and I wish the conference a grand success. With this particular remark, I extend a very hearty welcome to all the participants in this particular 2D conference. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. You are actually an inspiration to all of us, and the motivation you keep giving all the time and motivating all of us is really remarkable, and we are sure you will keep doing the good work. Now I request Meenal to proceed further. It's my honor to introduce you to today's keynote speaker and Honorable President, Council of Architecture Habib Khan, who is the chief guest for this conference. Architect Habib Khan graduated in architecture from VNIT, formerly B.Arch, and went to USA where he completed his master's in architectural design. After his master's degree, he worked in Philadelphia for some time and returned to India in 1990 and started his own private practice. He was awarded the JII Best Interior Design Award by the Indian Institute of Architects in 1998 and IIA-KAFF Young Architects Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Orange City Achievement Award in 2009 and State Level Excellence in Architecture and Education Award by the IIA Maharashtra chapter in 2011. Recently, he and Smita Khan were awarded the prestigious Inbao Award 2018 for the large-scale promotion of traditional and vernacular architecture in the world. Architecture to him is a passion, total commitment, and something to enjoy and indulge in. He is fiercely committed to architecture being contextual and relevant. He believes that architecture shall be responsive to traditions, climate, context, and be environmentally and ecologically responsible. His architecture is organic, traditional, contextual, and contemporary. His architectural practice, Smita and Habib Khan Architects, mostly deals with campus designs, institutions, and wildlife resorts. He has worked with major hospitality groups like Taj, Citrus, Mahua, and Celebrations, and a few major campuses in central India. Habib sir has been invited to many national and international conferences as keynote speaker. Some of the few are IIA NatCon 2009, Nagpur, and 2012 in Raipur, Triple ID NatCon at Goa 2008, Kolhapur 2014, and Indore 2015, Chitale Endowment Lecture, Anna University, Chennai, and the Triple ID Design Yatra in about 12 cities. He was also invited to speak at international conferences at IAPS Glasgow 2012, Degrowth 2012 Venice, and Degrowth 2016 Budapest. Architect Habib Khan is also involved in teaching since the beginning of his career. He has been taking guest lectures and engaging design studios in architectural colleges all over the country, apart from juries and examinations. He is currently the director at Priyadarshini Institute of Architecture and Design Studies, Nagpur, and Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Architecture and Design Studies, Mumbai. His design teaching revolves around sensitizing students towards their own heritage and roots, context, and climate within the framework of being contemporary. Habib Khan has actively been working with the government of Maharashtra on few policy framing guidelines. He has also been nominated by the government of Maharashtra on the Council of Architecture and is currently the president of Council of Architecture, which I need not mention actually. Habib sir is an avid painter and has exhibited his paintings on Mahabharat, Ramayana, and Kabir. He also dabbles in poetry and has written songs for Triple ID NatCon Indore, Design Yatra, and IIA Centenary Anthem, and the theme song for Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign. Now I request Honorable Architect Habib Khan to address the delegates. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Dr. S.B. Majumdar, Dr. Swati Majumdar, Dr. Manimala Puri, Dr. Gauri Shiorkar, Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev, Dr. Harimohan Pillai, my friend architect Madhav Joshi, Kiran Kalandani, and Professor Jayashree Deshpande, all the esteemed panelists, speakers, delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen, please accept my warm greetings from the Council of Architecture and a very good morning to all of you. The resilience of the human race, amazes me. I was to be in your campus earlier this year for the same conference, and I'm missing the warmth and the hospitality and being amongst all of you and in your wonderful campus. This is somehow a substitution of that event, but I am so happy that we all have adapted to this new change, so-called new normal of being virtual, and we have to be satisfied with this kind of platform that we all have been forced upon. Once again, I thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak here as a keynote speaker. I don't know what I am going to speak. I'm just going to share my thoughts with you. And I am sure you all will enjoy the deliberation that will happen in the next 2 days. Like I just said, human race resilience is amazing. And it is because of this resilience that the human race has survived over centuries and survived pretty well. But the greed of the human race is also amazing. And this greed has led us to destruction of other living species, destruction of forest, trampling on the mother earth that we live in, uh, and the selfishness of the human race has also damaged the environment phenomenally, so much so that the earth itself has come to a point of extinction if we do not if we do not learn from the from the mistakes that we have committed, the mistakes that the human race has committed on this earth. Like I always say, this pandemic has not broken this world, but has shown our broken world to us. It has shown the ugly side of humanity, and it is time that we take a break, take a pause, step aside from the rat race that we all are running in, and look at the entire context of environment, the Mother Earth, and the infrastructure and the architecture and the society that we all are living in. And if you don't do it, I'm not sure if we don't do it, I'm not sure if we're going to leave anything for the future generation to come in. Animals kill for greed, for need, and humans kill for greed. And that is something that we need to really, really understand. The greed doesn't stop. Uh, and the greed and the selfishness has led to dependence, has led to less dependence on skills of the human race. Another important aspect of the human race is the inculcation of the skill. The inculcation of the skill in man is a very unique phenomena that happens with the human race. And this skill has made the human race survive. This skill leads to resilience, and this inculcation of a particular skill, which is not very intrinsic to the existence of a human being, is a uh, wonderful gift given to us by nature, and we need to understand this. In animals, this skill is inborn. In animals, you will find a bird doesn't need teaching to fly or build a nest, but humans can develop skills, can generate skills to do virtually anything that they would want to. But this inculcation of skills and the presence of skills in the human race has given the human touch to the race. It has given the the kind of a personalized feeling to existence, to our existence. And this, when it comes to architecture, has brought romance into architecture, the gentleness of architecture, the belongingness into architecture. And unfortunately, the greed led uh, to I wouldn't say a wrong methodology or a wrong way or a wrong path that we've tread in, but the industrial revolution uh, and the dependence on the machine led to loss of skill, loss of this traditional human skill, and which is very tangible. So this the industrial revolution, we all know, made drastic changes in the world and the way we lived in. Dependence on the machine increased, and less dependence on the on the human hand skill, the tangible part of the human skill. And now we are again doing the same. And then we all know architecturally there was postmodernism, there was bringing in back of traditional architecture and skills and everything. That apart, we're not getting into that because that's too technical. But now we're doing the same mistake again. I think dependence on artificial intelligence is making us lose the intangible skill that we have, the skill of the mind, the skill of the thought. You may argue with me and say that ultimately artificial intelligence is being fed by the human intelligence, but that day is not far uh, when we will be controlled by artificial intelligence and the self-generated intelligence of the artificial intelligence. And this is a very frightening thought that we have to think over. And what are we going to leave, and what legacy are we going to leave for our future generation? So this tangible and the intangible skills are both very important for architecture, and both very, very vital for development of a good architecture. We are not going into a debate of what is good or what is bad architecture, but the spirit and the soul of architecture comes when this tangible and the intangible skills fuse together. And fusion of these both has seen exceptional architecture in the world, be it the Taj Mahal or the any modern structure that you would want to name, and so on and on. And it is important for us to bring back these two in architecture. Contemporarily, let us accept the fact that architectural education in our country is at its nadir. We are at the lowest level that we can reach in architectural education. You may prosecute me for saying this in spite of being the president of the council. I'm telling you that we have to accept the fact that we need to do something. I'm not talking generally, I'm not talking specifically about any institute or any methodology. I'm talking in general because I see the kind of architecture that we are producing. I see the kind of built environment that we are producing in our country. It definitely shows very clearly that the architectural education is responsible to a great extent for the maladies that are facing architectural world in our country today. So once we accept the fact, it's the half of the problem is resolved. And one way I feel to bring back quality in architecture and architectural education is to inculcate these skills into our future generation, tangible and the intangible skills that we talk of. Historically, if you see, I may make a very strong statement by saying that organized education has killed architecture. Architecture traditionally and historically was apprentice based, was self-learned, self-taught, or learned from a master or learned from master mason, including whether you see you talk of an Egyptian architect or some other architect who did this, who were not trained architects, yet they practiced something which we are still unable to they practice or create those kind of structures, which we are still unable to create those kind of structures which those people did who did not come from an organized educational background of being an architect. I mean, we have examples of Frank Lloyd Wright, or earlier in the history, the Egyptian, the Mesopotamians, the Harappans, the Indus Valley civilization, and so on and so on. After the Industrial Revolution, the organization of architectural education and its fusion into a regulated framework, an organized framework, has actually killed the spirit and the soul of architectural education. It has led to a decline in the values that you inculcate in an architect to be actually an architect and to create work which moves its users, which affects its users, which generates a sense of romance, a sense of belongingness, and a sense of awe when you visit a built space. And please don't take it as a general statement. Please don't take it as a negative statement. But the thing is, we need to address these facts. We need to understand. We need to learn that that we need to do something about architectural education. And I'm very sure there are many ways and many solutions to address this issue, and many avenues to address these problems and maladies that face our education today. And imbibing of skills, both tangible and intangible, which I'm sure your university is making an effort to do this, is one of the solutions to the problems of to our existing problems in architectural education. And I'm sure, and I hope, under the leadership of Dr. Gauri, you will be able to achieve and contribute significantly in improving the standards of architectural education in our country. And I wish all of you and all the participants and delegates and speakers and fellow panelists all the best, and especially Dr. Gauri for making this effort. And I wish from the bottom of my heart a grand success to these deliberations, to the research papers that you are presenting, that you all are presenting today, and its publication in a journal or in whatever format you would like to. My best wishes to all of you, and thank you once again for inviting me and listening to my thoughts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Habib sir, for enlightening us with your thoughts. As president of Council of Architecture and an architect who is really very keen about imbibing all these values in his students. So thank you so much once again for accepting our invitation and being there today, being in spite of being so very busy.
Thank you.
Now I request Preeti, my faculty Preeti, to take over for the publication of our proceedings. Meenal, can you take up?
Hello, everybody. We would like to virtually launch the publications of the proceedings in the presence of Honorable Chancellor Sir, Honorable Pro-Chancellor Ma'am, Honorable Vice-Chancellor Ma'am, Honorable President, Council of Architecture, and our very own Honorable Director Ma'am, School of Architecture, Urban Development Planning.
Thank you so much, Meenal. These proceedings we will be coming up with soon with an ISBN number for which we have already applied, and will be circulated to all the delegates and participants at the earliest. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our Vice Chancellor in charge, Dr. Manimala Puri. Dr. Manimala Puri is MTech from NIT Kurukshetra and PhD from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, Delhi. She has over 30 years of experience in strategic planning, academic operations, brand building, teaching, tutoring, and general administration, and was deputed as Director AICT. She is an expert member of Peer Committee of National Board of Accreditation, NBA, Delhi, author of several books, and has published papers in engineering and management. Now I request Dr. Puri to please address the delegates and give away the vote of thanks to our Honorable Chancellor and Honorable President, Council of Architecture. Over to you, ma'am.
Manimala ma'am, will you please unmute yourself?
Unmute. Yeah. Thank you, Gauri, for those kind words. Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Majumdar, sir. Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Swati Majumdar, madam. Honorable President, Council of Architecture, Architect Habib Khan. Expert members for this conference, members of Board of Studies and Advisory Board, the principals and directors of School of Architecture, and dear friends. This conference intends to consciously look at the architectural pedagogy with a new perspective that is inclined towards skill development. Architecture being a skill-based profession, how can we consciously induce various tangible and intangible skills in the architectural curriculum in order to produce a more sensible and sensitive generation of architectural professionals? The process might begin with us, the teachers, starting to unlearn a few things in order to make way for the new dimension to come in. Experts in these 2 days will throw light on what are the skills that are needed to be imbibed in the students at the very beginning stage of their studies in order to mold them into good professionals. How these skills should be demonstrated and transmitted through use of various tools and techniques to the budding professionals. Also, how can we constructively engage students in the hands-on activities that they can do by themselves and further explore the concepts taught in the classroom and in turn develop a better understanding of the same. Ultimately, the whole architectural pedagogy should be looking at ways and means towards integral, holistic development of the student in order to bridge the gap between the education system and the professional challenges by using the tool of skill development to achieve the same. I'm glad that Gauri has taken us the lead and organized this conference where there'll be deliberations for 2 days and there'll be a lot of learning happening. I'm very thankful to our Honorable Chancellor, sir, who has spared time today and come here and shared his thoughts with us. And we always look forward to your speech, sir. And thank you so much for blessing us always. We are also very thankful to our Pro Chancellor, Dr. Swati Majumdar, Madam, who is a perfect example of a leader who leads from the front. She is very detail oriented, very meticulous in her approach, and I'm happy to share this morning with everybody that our university has been ranked among the top 50 in private universities in Atal Institute ranking of in Atal ranking of institutes on innovation achievements by the MHRD. This is possible only under her visionary leadership. Thank you, ma'am, so much for everything that you do for us. I'm also thankful to President of Architecture Council, Honorable Architect Habib Khan. Sir, we are really grateful to you for, you have accepted our invitation, although we were looking forward to having you in the campus, but nevertheless, now we have to be satisfied with the online mode. So thank you so much, sir, for making it this morning. And your speech was indeed wonderful, sir. I'm also thankful to panel members, experts who are sparing their time on a Sunday and a Monday to, deliberate in the conference and give insights into the skill-based, skill-based education in architecture. I would not forget the members of Board of Studies and Advisory Committee who are here and who have always been with us to guide us through this skill-based development education. I wish all the participants a very happy learning for these 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Manimala Madam. Once again, thank you everybody, all the dignitaries, Honorable Chancellor Sir, Honorable President Habib Khan Sir, Honorable Pro Chancellor Ma'am Swati Majumdar, and respected Manimala Madam, that you accepted my invitation, and in spite of being busy, you all are there on a Sunday morning. So thanks from the bottom of my heart. And that brings us to the end of the inaugural session. And we'll proceed with our first session. I request Preeti Pujari, my faculty, to take over. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce our conference mentor and panelist for all 4 sessions, Dr. Harimohan Pillai. Dr. Harimohan Pillai, sir, he's a senior practitioner and academician. He's received his PhD from IIT Kharagpur and his B.Arch with honors from IIT Kharagpur. He's also a BSc in chemistry from University of Kerala. He has been in practice since 1983 and was associated with Foreign Building Operations, US Embassy, New Delhi. His academical journey began with Sir J.J. College of Architecture in 1987 to 1992. He was then the principal of Pillai College of Architecture, Navi Mumbai, and then headed the MES College of Architecture, Kuttipuram. He was also the member of UG Boards of Studies Council of Architecture from 2004 to 2012. He's been a guest faculty at several colleges of architecture in India since 2006. He is now the member and senate at SPA Vijayawada from 2019. So, we are glad to have you as the conference mentor. I would now like to introduce Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev. Dr. Chakradev is a professor and principal of Srimati Manorama Mundle College of Architecture, Nagpur. She is an architect, urban planner, graduated from VRCE in 1984. She is an academician since 1985. She completed her MTech and PhD from VNIT. She is deeply involved in exploring methods and means of teaching architecture. Her topic of PhD was Impact of Social Change on Architectural Education of India. Her experiences with her students are documented in a Marathi book called Scale आणि T-Scale. A 2-year postgraduate course, MArch in Architectural Education, was designed and initiated by her for RTM Nagpur University in 2007. This was first of its kind in entire India. She has been actively involved in research in the field of architecture. She has conducted several teachers training programs from Council of Architecture through its academic body, COA-TRC. Dr. Ujjwala's love for heritage structures is manifested through various initiatives taken by her for conserving heritage structures and creating awareness and love for heritage structures among her students. She is a member of Heritage Conservation Committee of Nagpur Municipal Corporation since 2010. Her college is the nodal center for documenting heritage structures of Nagpur. Dr. Ujjwala has undertaken professional practice as an architect and interior designer for government and private clients. She is also the member of various prestigious organizations and also is a president of MASA, Maharashtra Association Schools of Architecture, and a member of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Welcome, ma'am. I would like Dr. Chakradev, ma'am, to now enlighten the delegates.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you so much. Gauri, I'm thankful to you for inviting me to be a part of this session and part of this conference. This is something wonderful because wherever the discussions on architecture education are, and I think I need to be around. That's my passion. That's what I feel. Yeah, and I'm thankful to your management, to Muzumdar sir, to Swati ma'am and Manimala madam, everybody around. And it was a wonderful session in the morning. We all enjoyed it, especially architect Habib Khan sir's thoughts, sharing of his thoughts. I wouldn't call it a lecture. His thoughts which he shared, and about tangible and intangible skills which we need to inculcate. A wonderful thought that formal education has curtailed, sculpted the skills in architecture, or has given the sort of negative setback to profession of architecture. This thought is something which is wonderful, which can be carried further, thought about, and the provision which has been made in national education policy now, that we can revive the thought. We can revamp and rehaul the entire architecture education. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was muted by something. So this is a thought which I think which can be carried out, and we can take it further and make the entire architecture education in a give it a new look completely. Before I talk further, a 5 minutes clipping of one of the movies which has been prepared by my student, I would like, of MArch Architecture Education, I would like to share with you all. So I'm sharing a screen by sharing that movie. It's just a 5 minutes movie. Has it been shared?
Your screen has been shared, ma'am. The movie is yet to be seen.
Yeah. Okay. Has it been shared now?
Yes, yes.
Not
You
yet?
can.
Movie has been
Yes.
shared now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Good.
Ujjwala ma'am, if there is audio to this presentation, then can you please, while sharing, you can just click on the share your computer audio. While sharing,
Is it so?
one icon below that like screen will appear
No.
on your.
I'm not getting your point. Is it?
Is there any audio to this presentation?
Yes.
So while you share the screen,
So
you just have to tick that you have to share the audio of the computer.
audio also. Wait, should I leave again?
Yes.
Leave again?
Stop
sharing. I'm stop sharing and then again sharing it. Okay, sorry for that. Yeah,
yes,
sorry. So there is a movie and audio. I can't see. Where is it? Audio also.
Ma'am, it's below left hand corner. Small tick you have to.
Yes. I've done it. Yes. Sorry for that.
Yeah, not a problem.
Rain. When you watch these images of rain, how do you feel? Some pictures will be really impressive. But is it the same as this? Architecture. What is architecture? Most of us will say that it is the art or the practice of designing buildings, communities, and cities. It is about function, form, aesthetics, and stability of structure. It is about protection and identity and a sense of belonging. Function is an important aspect of the process of designing. It is a guiding force for every piece of architecture and gives it a very practical, analytical, and logical disposition. Form and aesthetics are also an integral part as beautiful dynamic buildings attract attention. They appease the eye and earn the designers a lot of praise and laurels. But architecture is all this and much more. It is almost like defining democracy. It is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Architecture is mass, facades, and space. It generates space, and it is this space that engages the public. Architects make physical structures that accommodate all manners of human activities in and around these physical structures. And as such, it is a social art. And it may be the only discipline to directly influence the way people experience their day-to-day life. This is a huge responsibility. But are architects completely aware of the true potential of what they are capable of doing? There are many professors, writers, and architects who have pointed out a visual bias in architecture. What is this visual bias? And how is this restricting the designer from tapping the absolute capacity of this discipline? Visual predilection or preference is inherent to our human brain. We perceive 80% of our impressions by means of our sight, and vision is vital in how we view the world around us. Vision is also our first connect with architecture and draws the user to the building. And if the building is aesthetically pleasing with dynamic forms and elements, the architecture is applauded and talked about and written about. In today's modern world, visual communication is required for almost every facet of contemporary life. We are now a vision-generated, vision-centered interpretation of knowledge, truth, and reality. We see two-dimensional visual representation of architecture everywhere around us. We experience and appreciate buildings using our eyes through photographs and advertisements. We discuss them, critique them, publish them, and even judge them using our visual sense almost exclusively. State-of-the-art technologies for photography and videography have enabled us to view buildings from the top, from far, and capture the sculpture lines of the buildings very aesthetically. They have the ability to create drama, which make these buildings more and more popular. So for some designers, even if they work out good layouts, well thought of plans doing justice to function, the concept behind their design may have a visual ambition. Also, the advanced rendering technologies create visual images before the eyes where designers may get a little over ambitious about the visual appearance of the built form. It is not wrong, but does it have a somewhat blinding effect towards some other important issues that the designers need to consider? Then, architect Juhani Palasma's concern seems urgent when he suggests that our profession has become so...
I will stop sharing, and you must be wondering, why have I shared this movie with you all? There are many reasons why I did this. The point which it wants to make is one thing, but this has been prepared by the student who is trying to be or learning to be a teacher. So learning all these skills like making movie, visual aspects and things like that have been a part of architecture education or teacher needs to know. So there are set of skills apart from delivering the message that the teacher needs to learn. But the main message of this movie, which I think I need to share with you all, is it's not all about visuals. It's not all about what we see. There are four other senses through which we can experience architecture holistically. And these four senses have been considerably neglected by us all these years, and not only by architects, and because they have been neglected by architects, maybe not as by architects as they have been neglected in architecture education. We actually there are many architects who have shown through their examples the way they have used all five senses but for their design, but these are the exceptions. In architecture education particularly, we have missed it totally. We have never looked into the design and trying to give the design these angles, these aspects. We have never sensitized our students for making their five senses alive, making good use of these five senses. So this is just one small example that how much have we been neglecting. Habib Khan sir talked about tangible and intangible skills. These are the intangible skills, creating or sensitizing the human mind and making him or her sensitive towards not the everything that is around. And this can happen by dealing with these senses. And there are methodical ways in which we can actually deal with these senses. Once you have dealt with those senses, a perfect human being, a human being who is socially connected, a human being who understands the society, not only the society, but the people around, and then can design appropriately. So this kind of a disconnect which we see between architecture, sorry, pardon me for that if I am saying it again, that the entire profession of architecture so far has been disconnected with the requirements of the society, requirements of the surroundings. We design wonderfully many a times, but is that what is the requirement of the society? So understanding the society, understanding what they need is also a skill. So these are all intangible skills which I'm talking about, and these intangible skills have been neglected. Now is a time, apart from learning from the blackboards, learning in the classrooms, drawing the drawings on the drawing boards. No, not at all on the drawing boards now on computers with softwares. There is a need to move out, be with people, talk to them, understand them, be sensitive enough to reach them is what is missing in architecture education. I don't consider myself to be talking about what skills which are required by architects, but I can definitely talk about what are the skills which the education needs to inculcate in students of architecture. I can very easily say all those subjects which we learn in architecture education um, uh, can be categorized into three parts: knowledge, skill, and design. So while transmitting the knowledge is the huge base surrounding background and the backup of architecture education, which is there. It's a cognitive thing. And this cognitive thing we have been giving considerable importance to the cognitive development, definitely. But this cognitive development, or to some extent theory in architecture, or the information about how to do things and how to build, how to erect technology, and information about environment, how to deal with the softwares, all that is possible to be done, taught in the classroom. But the skills, it's the second part of architecture education. So knowledge, skill, and design. So skill becomes a very, very important component of architecture education, where we need to, there is a complete plethora of skills. We can have lots of categorization of skills needed to deal with the acquisition of the knowledge, skills deal with intangible skills, sensitizing. Now this platform, actually, I am not expected to list down or talk about probably all those papers which will be presented by participants. Through their papers, we will get the glimpses of those skills. But starting education through skills, there can be so many innovative ways. And I'm sure Dr. Gauri, in her institution, where skill is being developed with a focus, the starting of architecture education or the entire paradigm shift in the approach towards education is possible through skills. These skills, when we talk about two types skills, one type of skills probably are the psychomotor, dealing with hands. So when we are dealing with or doing something with hands, learning by doing, something happens to the cognition, is a known fact. So learning by doing, which Dewey, Mahatma Gandhi, and many others of education from the education field have preached it. So, and the craft component of architecture, we cannot miss it. This is the craft, this entire India, which is so vast and so diversified and rich with the knowledge, traditional knowledge which India has, and the building construction technology traditionally, which we see all around India, in different parts of India. That understanding, I'm not saying that every school of architecture, every student needs to learn all those skills and all those crafts and everything about India, but definitely each school, this is an opportunity. If this is being understood and taught in the schools of those localities, of those regions, then the diversification in the design will be possible. I would like to share here one of the B.Arch studios, and I have discussed with many with the studio, where we sent our students to different parts of India, and they tried to spend around 1 week or 2 weeks at some points to understand the art and craft of that particular region. Harimohan Pillai sir was a mentor of that studio, and when these students returned to the college, at that time they tried to use those designs in their designs, and that was wonderful, and that created the entire variety So focusing more on artificial intelligence, focusing more on computers, focusing more on something which is not natural, I would say something is there within you also. That is, I'm trying, I may sound a little bit spiritual, but the skills of being spiritual are also very, very important in architecture education. Every student of architecture, if taught technically to be how to be spiritual, probably he would become more sensitive towards what he or she needs to do with design. The real sense of design which will not be just the visually appealing, wonderful composition, which makes lots of impact on us, definitely, but it doesn't make much longer lasting impact. It doesn't connect to your heart. So connecting to your heart, being with the society is what I think is there, which we need to inculcate. National education policy in its 16th chapter talks about the vocational courses and reimagining imaging skills and vocations. And in this chapter, in National Education Policy, it mentions that in the 12th five-year plan, that is from 2012 to 2070, in the age group of 19 to 24, only 5% of our young children are being developed or skilled in vocation. This is not done in any other world. Even in developed countries, we see large percentage of youngsters being involved in understanding and developing the vocational trades. This is also one of the reasons that we see in our profession, architecture profession, there is a complete disconnect between the vocational courses and the profession that we have. 5-year degree course of architecture education, where we don't talk about our professions. That's been done by someone else. So ITIs and diplomas which are there in carpentry, in masonry, in say many other vocations which are mandatory and must for architecture profession, are being never considered even by Council of Architecture. In there, it seems only 5-year degree course is what is the mandate of Architect Council, and not these which are supporting. And there is a reason for it. There's a reason not only in architecture as a stream or a profession. The reason is all over in the entire India. We look at these vocational courses are to be taken up by the students who have not fared well in their 12th examinations, and they want to do something. Chalo courses join kar lo, and then they are involved and into the professions in the vocational courses which are supportive to these professions. So these skills are never acquired by architects. Now is a chance through this national education policy, 9th to 12th standard, these 4 years, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, these 4 years, the students will have to take up almost 40 different kind of hands-on trainings. So they will be actually that is the 4 years time has been given to explore and find out. I think my time will be over, so I will just sum up. There are many other things which I definitely would like to share, but sometimes later. But this one point let me make, and that is that these 9 to 12 4-year degree course, 4 years of schooling, we as architects, Council of Architecture and schools like Gauri's and our entire architecture education will have to come up, design some skill-based courses which can be introduced in the school education, so that these children really become involved and they start liking architecture. They get involved inclined towards architecture, and even when they become architects, they are not devoid of this skill of how to design, how to take kavcha, how to build a wall and things like that. So this is a small thing which I thought, but there are many other things in our skills which actually we need to develop, and we need to put it into practice, and in architecture education. With craft in architecture education, things are going to be very different, and architects will be differently abled, in a positive sense, I would say. Thank you so much, Gauri.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being there. And you said that you need to be around wherever discussion about education is going on, but it's not the case. We need you around whenever discussion of architectural education is going on, and uh, your talk explained why. So I need not say anything, because you've said so many things, and we really need to ponder upon all these points, and inculcate those in our education. Let me take this opportunity to welcome a few more dignitaries who are there with us. Architect Madhav Joshi, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, Architect Kiran Kalamdani. All three of them are the panelists for these 2 days. I also would like to extend my warm welcome to Architect Vijay Garg, who has been the Vice President and the President in charge for Council of Architecture, immediate past President in charge. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and gracing us with your presence for this 2 days conference. Thank you so much. So now I'll request Preeti to proceed with the further procedures and begin the session. At the end of every session, there will be deliberations by Dr. Harimohan Pillai, who is going to be part of all 4 sessions, and the panelists for that particular session. So I request all the panelists to be online till the session gets over, so that they'll get the comments from the juries. Preeti, over to you now. Preeti?
Preeti ma'am, are you there? We can't hear you, ma'am.
Have you unmuted her, Preeti,
Yes,
who says is going to take over? She has to be unmuted. She is still on mute.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we're going to proceed towards our paper presentations. Today, all the paper presentations are in the category of architectural education enhancement. And our first presenter today is architect Sonia Chaudhary. Her topic is Importance of Life Projects in Architecture Pedagogy, with reference to Kolb's experiential learning theory.
Everyone. My name is Sonia Chaudhary and I am the Assistant Professor in Department of Architecture, Jamia Millia Islamia University, Delhi. The topic for my research paper is Importance of Life Projects in Architecture Pedagogy with reference to Kolb's experiential learning theory. Architecture pedagogy in India has many a times discussed that it does not give adequate skills to the students which is required as a practicing architect. The architecture pedagogy has limited itself within the studio environment, which somehow gives students the fantasy and fictional experience rather than a real experience of learning. The pedagogy is missing of life projects, whereas in this Cobb's experiential learning theory, this has been detailed that how this theory of life experiences enhanced the learning and creativity of the students. The major aim of this paper is to explore the importance of life projects in architecture design education and incorporating learning theory of Cobb's. The objectives for this research is to explore Cobb's experiential learning theory and how this theory of life experiences enhance the learning and creativity of the students. To develop a pedagogical approach with respect to Cobb's experiential learning theory for design studio, to examine the importance of life project and how to incorporate it in the architecture pedagogy, proving the importance by relating it with Cobb's experiential learning theory. Now coming on to the introduction of the research, David Cobb's experiential learning theory is among the best known educational theories, especially for the students of architecture, and is many a times discussed for its implementation of the course curriculum of architecture education. Cobb is one of the most influential researchers in the field. His book, Experiential Learning, Experience as the Source of Learning and Development, has largely influenced the teachers in terms of teaching the students in studio classes. He states, learning is the process whereby knowledge is created through the transformation of experience. This theory states that how the entire pedagogy could be structured and can be put up in a sequence so that teaching in this manner can improve the learning of a student. Coming on to the outline of the paper, this paper will first outline the main features of Cobb's experiential learning theory. Secondly, the discussion of some ways in which it could be applied in design studio pedagogy, implementing live studio, which could enhance the cognitive learning process such as memory, perception, problem solving, creativity, and thinking of a students. Experiential learning is stated in the theory in the varied form of classification in how to learn. That is, learning through experience, learning by doing, learning through action, and learning through discovery and exploration. These learning classifications are the core of Cobb's four-stage model, which is stated as a description of the learning cycle, which shows how experience is transformed from reflection into concepts, which in turn are used as guides for active experimentation and the choice of new experiences. Cobb stated, these four stages are as follows. First, the concrete experience. Second, reflective observation, abstract conceptualization, and last, active experimentation. They follow each other in a cycle. The cycle may be started at any point, but the stage should be followed in a given sequence. In brief, Cobb conceptualizes the process of action research as a spiral of action and research consisting of four major moments, that is, plan, act, observe, and reflect. According to Cobb, this complete cycle needs to exist if the learning wants to take place entirely. Architecture is such a course where learning by experience is a necessity, and this is an established fact of the architecture education. However, there are good arguments for hands-on training beyond the fact that some skills can only be learned this way. It's important that much of the learning material in any given course should be provided in a way that allows students to get as involved as possible to increase their knowledge and abilities. Students, when take part in the practical and hands-on way, are more likely to understand in a better way that how architecture industry works and have a better intent for the processes involved in their architecture career. They'll enter the workplace with much higher level of understanding of what is required of them. Integration of live projects, taking some live examples. This is the historical example where a Bauhaus teacher, Johannes Itten, and one of its core teachers aimed to develop his students' design abilities through subjective experience and objective rationale. Another Bauhaus teacher and designer, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, also educated designers about materials by means of tactile exercises. In modern times, in which vision dominates all other senses, he saw a place in education to teach through tactility, which remains a valuable means for education today. Studies have shown that kinesthetic learning, where a student carries out physical activities rather than listening to a lecture, is the most popular type of learning with students. Doing helps them to gain a better understanding of the material. It allows students to experiment with trial and error, learn from their mistakes, and understand the potential gaps between theory and practice. And most important, it provides educators with a unique opportunity to enrich the minds of their students in new and engaging ways. Taking few other examples, the Warren Lodge project was designed to bridge the gap between education and practice and built by a team of architecture students and a studio back team. The students learned how to run a site and program, interpret drawings, gained hands-on carpentry, joinery, and roofing skills on an actual project with real budgets and deadlines. The role involved into a design and build project, and the practice suggested running the construction phase as a student built. The student bark project team ate, slept, and lived on site with the students over an intense 3-month period, teaching them how to use tools and work with each other, arranging tutorials with consultants and suppliers on site so they could pass on their best practice knowledge to these students. Some other example is the Cass University. They have a subject studio 804 projects. Beginning with a 2-week design, each student brings in and presents a new 3-dimensional model every day. Within half a week, design with similar characteristics are clustered, and these groups of students work to develop and refine ideas which are ultimately combined with a single scheme. Great care is taken to keep the process democratic by not favoring a particular student or concept. If reconcilable proposals emerge, the class takes a vote and all commit to the outcome. Construction documents are completed within days, and typically a building permit leaves the student to physically build the building and 6 weeks for site and finishing work after the modules have been moved and assembled. The next example is the International House of Auroville by the University of Washington. International House Auroville is in Tamil Nadu, and the project was built in 2002 by the help of the University of Washington. Auroville is a dynamic and international township located in the state of Tamil Nadu on the Bay of Bengal. It has drawn members from the 40 different countries to work towards a living embodiment of an actual human unity, in the words of its charter. It considers itself to be a living experiment in international and cross-cultural cooperation, sustainability, and the evaluation of consciousness. The Auroville experiment has been endorsed by UNESCO and a parliamentary act of the Indian government. These are the few images of the happy faces of the children, of the students who did the life projects. Life project pedagogy comprises the negotiation of a brief, time-scale budget and project between an educational organization and an external collaborator for their mutual benefit. The project must be structured to ensure that students gain learning that is relevant to their educational development, as stated in the Oxford Brookes University by Anderson and Priest. Life project pedagogy main aim is to educate teachers and students to interact with real-life architecture projects, dealing with live clients, live communities, live negotiations, live opportunities, and challenges faced on the sites. The live project set real site constraints, detailed budgets, and managing the project on time. For every project, student would be in regular contact with the client. They would be dealing with and presentation, report, and physical building work. The completion of project is a large responsibility on the student. Such pedagogy embodies a rising social awareness and ethical commitment and hand-on experiences to the students which could be useful for them in the profession. Taking certain examples of live project pedagogy is the field-based learning. Taking the students to the field, let him feel the materials, let them get the concrete experience of how the mixing of the material in actual ratio and proportion is being done. Let them make free to involve with the practitioners so that they watch, and with the reflective observation, students tend to do excel when they actually perform on the field. Let them think of various other possibilities of doing the job. Learning by doing makes the active participation of the students. Second is classroom-based experiential learning. In a classroom, with the help of the demonstration method, try to make their concepts clear. Ask them to make the working models in a small scale so that functionality becomes clear. Building construction laboratory and workshop. This plays a vital role in experiential learning. Our students can conduct various experiments in their respective laboratories and can come up with few innovative ideas. In some international universities, they provide one full day in a laboratory as part of their curriculum. And on a good note, students attend the whole day and keep on doing various experiments which motivates them and give them the hand-on experience with exactly they are performing in the laboratory. Experiential learning and its impact on students. First, that student will become to think critically. The critical analysis and skill of synthesis gets developed with the help of experiential learning in students. Students learn to take initiative to solve the problems, make independent decisions, and become responsible for results. In the whole cycle of experiential learning process, the student gets actively engaged in investigating, experimenting, solving problems, and assuming responsibility and being creative. Students get engaged intellectually, emotionally, socially, and physically with their task. This involvement produces a perception that the learning task objectives gets fulfilled. Due to the hand-on experience, the result of the learning are personal and form the basis for future experience and learning. Due to the poor peer performances, relationships are developed and nurtured. The instructor and students may experience success, failure, and adventure, risk-taking, and uncertainty because the outcomes of the experience cannot totally be predicted. Experiential learning increases the possibility to learn from natural consequences, mistakes, and successes. Opportunities are nurtured for students and instructors to explore and examine their own values. Experiential learning and the potential learning outcomes. This will tell the students that how architecture organizations work. It will enhance the communication skills and resistive for working with many people. Students shall come to know about personal work behavior patterns. Student is able to evaluate their own performance. Student will receive the feedback from others. Student would be prepared for their own career aspirations. Students are aware how to plan and complete projects. Student will learn from experience. Student will learn about self-management. They shall come to know about work and workplace practices. Experiential learning could be enforced both reflection and reflective practices. Student will gain key employability skills which is not easily gained elsewhere in the curriculum. It will give self-confidence and a willingness to students to take initiatives and to enhance their orientation towards lifelong learning. Coming on to the conclusion of this research, the curriculum of Design Studio has to be structured, keeping the form of the COBS experiential cycle. Via this theory, an effective experiential learning environment could be created for students, which is must. And this initiation has to be incorporated within the course curriculum. This should be incorporated in a curriculum as a field experience in one of the major projects to guide learning over the entire course. Having one experiential project to work in the 5-year graduation program keeps students motivated and enforce them to keep moving forward. This will definitely give them a clear goal to focus on class exercises and will give them the interest to achieve the output of the exercise provided, which will also become the driving force behind everything the student does in the class. within the given classroom activities and having the external experiences. This keeps the course interesting for the students, and engaging them will add up the value to the overall process. The activities given should be challenging and yet manageable also, which will bound to keep the enthusiasm and motivation among the students. A few influences could be drawn from universities' examples given above. The knowledge of architecture is incomplete until and unless student does not feel, watch, think, and do by his own hand. Hence, commending the experiential learning theory for being a well developed theory that has received careful analysis and some testing in the educational research community. Hoping to make this paper little convincing so that at least a few additions could be made in the design studio course curriculum, and importance of having live projects in the design studio. In the last, I thank you all for listening to me.
Our second presenter of the day is architect Anupama Chawla. Her topic is feasibility study of live projects in design studio, bridging the gap.
Good day, everybody. I'm architect Anupama Chawla, and I'm here to present my research paper on feasibility study of live projects in design studio, bridging the gap. The aim of my research is to explore and study the role of live projects pedagogy in architectural studio. My objectives will be to study the parameters of the learning systems prevalent, to study the parameters of the architecture education systems, and then to explore how live projects pedagogy can fit in internationally and nationally within that curriculum, to understand live projects in the context of the studio, and to understand the parameters which affect the viability of live projects in architecture studio, and then to suggest propose a live project model. So learning styles, as is known, Kolb's theory of experiential learning says that a person has a concrete experience, he reflects on it, he has an observation, he conceptualizes his theories, and then has an active experiment with it, and again frames an experience, and then the cycle continues. Hence, constructivist learning, which has also been proved by Jean Piaget, is the best because you are doing what you are seeing, and when you experience that doing, you learn a lot. So, a constructivist theory works the best for many topics such as architecture. Architecture education internationally over many continents. India has a 6 months practical training fitted in either in the 4th year or the 5th year, which is compulsory for getting the B.Arch degree. In Europe, in Germany, UK, etc., you have a 2 years practical training fitted in either in the middle of the course or at the end of the course, which is also compulsory for getting the degree. And United States also has a practical training, but all these practical training slots are after the student has finished all his course, and then he comes to the practical training. Hence, he is only going to work as much as work he gets in the architect's office, and whatever work he gets in the architect's office. So his knowledge at that time is not as complete because he has no practical experience. So generally, he just gets drafting. So what exactly does live projects pedagogy incorporate? It is the amalgamation of education, community service, research, and architectural practice. And live projects in education have been done by design cells created by colleges, working with the community, and having faculties lead the students to do some community service or do a live projects in lifetime. There is a history of live projects starting from the Bauhaus and coming up to present day institutions all over the world. They have created design cells within the college, and they are doing community service along with a few students and faculties leading them, basically doing live projects in lifetime. The knowledge that you gain from doing live projects is your design skills are enhanced, you get management skills, you get construction skills, and you learn to adapt or interact with the user. The type of live projects we have are community partnerships, urban consultancy, poverty upliftment, and design and build rehabilitation, sustainability, and renovation. I have studied 16 international and national projects, but I will be just showcasing 6 at the moment. So community partnerships, first type are when the NGO takes the lead with the community and the government body and the architectural institution and does a project in the neighborhood. So this is an example of a project. The university was Rural Studio, Auburn University in the US, and they created some shading devices in a community park with some students and faculties from this, and this was a sponsored project. So the prefabricated panels were all sponsored, but this was a community project done by the college students. So then the second project that I'm going to showcase is Navi Mumbai. In Navi Mumbai, there were quarry workers and their children needed some classrooms. So some sheds were designed and built by the London Metropolitan University with students from the London Metropolitan University along with the faculties. They designed and built some sheds for the education of the quarry workers, children of the quarry workers. Then urban consultancy of another type could be that the government body takes an initiative with the municipality, the local municipality, and with the design cell of the local architecture college. So this has been done in CEPT University. They have designed a community center in a rural community area where cattle grazers are there, and so the community center has been designed by students of CEPT along with the faculties in consultation with the community and having total meetings and all with the community, interaction with the community. Poverty upliftment projects are another type where government and the university tries to uplift one section of the society. This example of this is the Kachpura settlement project done by London Metropolitan University in near Agra. And they have created for the Swachh Bharat mission, they created toilets in the backyards of this whole rural community. They designed and created these toilets with the local construction techniques and local contractors. Then the need of the hour could be design and build. So two such projects have been done in Bangladesh by the Dhaka University and Austrian Base Habitat Studio. So students from here and the faculties, they got together with the local people and they built mud walls and bamboo construction on top and built schools. So one was this primary school at Rudrapur, Bangladesh, and then they built the village houses mud construction in rural Bangladesh. So this was another type of live project done in lifetime. Then a White Lotus School, Ladakh has been made by the School of Architecture, Portland University with Arup Associates. The gist of studying all these projects was that what should a design project actually entail? What should it have? It should affect the real communities. It should have design challenges. It should have construction and management learning. It should be in lifetime. So I have also conducted a survey of many online and many handouts. I have discussed with practitioners, with the faculties, and with faculties who are practicing. So I asked them whether do you think live projects should be there in education, and if so, what kind of live projects should be there, and in which semester should the live project take place. So we find that 32 out of 34 find that yes, live projects should be there in education, and most of them, that is 38% majority, says that it should be in the third year. That is a time when the students have almost completed their theoretical education and they are ready to start actually building. And from this, we come to know that learning from live projects, we get construction techniques, academic industry interface, participatory experiential with the community, community service, and practical knowledge. Studying the curriculum of 3 universities, I studied SPA Delhi, Jamia Millia Delhi, and IP University. So we find that in third year, that is in the 5th and 6th semester, students in the curriculum, it is there to do a public building, generally some upliftment, poverty upliftment or slum rehabilitation or something like that. So something in a rural or an urban setting with maybe some vernacular techniques or with some community interface. So in this third year, we can set in a live project. And what would be our teaching approach be? We would be sourcing the community project. We would be setting up a project brief. We would be having a community consultation, that is interface with the community, organize the groups. The faculties would be monitoring the progress and mentoring the students how to design that particular community project. The kind of projects that can be done for architectural institutions, community projects such as community centers, toilets in rural areas, local markets can be redesigned, parks can be redesigned, and for, within the campus, the canteen or the common hall or some other renovation can be done on the campus. Then government projects, relocation, slum rehabilitation, or some sort of Swachh Bharat mission can be done. I have studied many recent projects that are coming up, which are actually happening around us. And out of this, I've zeroed down on this. There was a slum rehabilitation in around 2013, 2014. DDA was building 8,000 flats for the Kalkaji slum people. So there was a slum rehab happening in Kalkaji. This could have been redesigned this would be designed as a Kalkaji housing, in situ housing where the slum dwellers were there. And this could have been done as a housing problem by the third year students. And it would have been basically all the slum dwellers, the height would have been around 15 stories, ground coverage 33%. So a basic design brief has been set up, and a design lesson plan has been framed as to weekly how that thing could have been designed. This could have been proposed to the government, and this could have been worked as a live project. The construction would not have been done in 6 months, I agree, but maybe the construction would have started after the proposal had been sent, and the students could have been part of this even in the building construction studio. Hence, we conclude that yes, live projects are very important during the architectural education, and if they can be incorporated in a design studio, the student learns much more than he would otherwise just sitting in the studio. So, we have also discussed with COA officials, and it is not part of the curriculum, but it is talks are on, and if colleges unite and propose that yes, it should be mandatory for every year for the students to do at least one live project so that they are in touch with reality, they will come out as better architects when they join the professional practice at the end of the year when they have to do their training. Thank you.
Our third presenter is architect Farida Hussain. Her topic is innovative teaching technologies in architecture, how to enhance the creativity among architectural students through innovative teaching methodologies.
Good morning to all the delegates, all the professionals, teachers, architects, and all the listeners of this conference. This is architect Farida Hussain, and I am pursuing Masters of Architecture in Healthcare Architecture from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. The topic for my paper is Innovative Teaching Methodologies in Architecture, how to enhance the creativity among architectural students through innovative teaching methodologies. Necessity is the mother of all inventions, goes the saying for ages. Every time mankind has felt the need, varied ideas and innovations have always come to the rescue. I'm going to relate creativity, critical thinking and architecture. Creativity is the most important part of an architect. Creativity refers to generating new and novel ideas and transforming them into reality. It involves seeing the hidden patterns, making connections between things that are not usually related and coming up to new ideas. Creativity as a trait comes naturally to architects. This paper aims at developing various innovative teaching aids that will be beneficial to the students in order to bring out the possible outcomes from the students in the various fields of architecture. There has been a shift in the paradigm of teaching pattern as well as the course structure. Thus, there is a dire need to come up with new modules of teaching aids. This paper throws light on the need and importance of innovative teaching methods that can motivate the students to nurture their creativity. Now, when we talk about architecture, it is not just about building, but it also has social science, humanities, history, geography, management, research, philosophy, arts and graphics, physics, maths, etc. If we go for even the smallest of the site visits or the big site visits for the urban design, then we have to know what is the geography of that place, what is the location of that place, what is the climatical condition of that place. We have to know the historical importance of that place, what is the demographics of that place, and thus There is social science, there is humanities. What is the usage of this place? What is the in master plans we come to know about the usage of that particular place. So we have to know all the demographics should be known of that particular place when we are going to design that particular place or a building. So these disciplines together make the architecture a multi-dimensional field. An architecture student thinks not only from the designing point of view but for the utility of the space or building, beauty of the space and strength, technology and construction, as well as future expansion. Because we have to think that this building is going to stand for next 20 years or next 50 years, and what will be the scenario at that time, what will be the reaction of the people while using that building at that time. So we have to consider all these points. So these points, they should be taught to the students, so that the students start thinking in that direction only. We don't have to confine ourselves for designing for the present, but we have to also look for designing for the future. What that building, what the design of that particular space is going to have the impact on the future generation. Okay, so thus we can say that all the three, that is architecture, creativity and critical thinking, they are multidimensional. Students should not be made totally dependent on the technology and software only. The manual handworks like sketching should always be given space while teaching. Sketching is the most important tool of the architecture. Whatever we are thinking, whatever is going on in our mind, if it is not coming on the notebook or the sketchbook, then we are not able to convey our message, we are not able to convey our design. So sketching is a very important part of the architecture. With the inclination towards technology, teachers should come up with such teaching aids that will lead to the overall development of the student. As an architect, that will also uplift the thinking process of the students as well as their art. So according to me, an architect, besides being a designer and a professional, he should think in an imaginative and creative way which leads to a creative outcome. He has to think like an artist, like an engineer, like a philosopher, and thus we can say that an architect is just like an actor. He becomes a character who is associated with his design. For example, if an architect has to design a hospital, then he has to think as an architect, as a doctor, as a patient, as an attendant, as a nurse or ward boy, as a pharmacist, as a user, etc. Now, this is creativity and critical thinking in architecture. Creativity is the outcome of originality, surprise and novelty. Many times it is discussed that whether creativity is a hidden potential or a talent that can be improved or enhanced. At times it is seen that creativity goes along with knowledge. As the knowledge increases, so does the creativity. For an architecture student, the more he will understand the concept, the more he will be able to clear the things in his mind, and then only a useful result will come. In architecture, in the first year, the subjects are introduced and students start thinking in the direction of those subjects about which they haven't thought before joining the architecture. When they think in the direction of the subjects, they start exploring the things. Curiosity leads to explorations, which in turn lead to creativity. Now the images here are showing the concept development when the student of a B.Arch first year has been introduced to a problem of designing a landscape project. So he has developed the two concepts for the same project. So this is his imagination which is coming out. So this thing has to be inculcated more and more in the students so that they are able to give the response to the design which they have been assigned. Now, need for innovative teaching methods. What is the need for innovative teaching methods? First of all, to improve the learning ability of the students, to inhibit the curiosity in the minds of the students to learn more, to enhance the architectural vocabulary of the students. Equal opportunity to learn should be given to all the students. In the technological era, it is generally observed that creativity somewhere gets ignored when software replaces manual work. Here it becomes very important for the teachers to see that creativity of the students should not be taken as for granted. Audiovisual teaching aids will make the class lively. Students generally get disinterested and become inattentive in certain theoretical classes like settlement, town planning, history, etc. So some innovative teaching aids will surely help the students to develop interest in the subject till the end of the course. concept development has always been a very important part of the architecture, and students often face difficulties while developing a concept. So developing a concept in architecture has always been a challenging task for the architecture students in the design studio. Inventive teaching methodologies should reinforce the critical thinking that will further help the students to build a strong concept. They should start from the scratch. The students should be told the importance of the concept, the importance of the design which they are going to design. And accordingly they have to think in that manner, what is the need of the design, how their design is going to affect the society, and what are the factors that are going to affect their design. So here small things like bubble diagram, flow charts, and all these sketchings, they are playing a very important role while developing a concept. These are the works of the students of my college, and where they have shown the concept development, their imagination coming to the reality, what is the concept of the design. Here it is shown. They are deriving what is the inspiration. The student should know that what is the inspiration of the design and from where the design is coming. Now, information regarding any topic related to material, history, concepts, etc. is very easily acquired by the students via internet, but it becomes mandatory to use the different media to educate the students regarding various construction techniques like trusses, portal frames, rolling shutters, staircase, roof slab, waterproofing, etc. So students should be taken for the live case studies. Site visits should be done along with the teachers so that students, they are able to see the portal frames, these trusses, the rolling shutters, and the construction of this staircase, so that they can make out the details, sectional details and elevation details, that how the construction is being done, and then there will be much more clarity to them, as well as it will be beneficial for them to retain that thing in their mind. Now, cognitive development of students through innovative teaching methodologies. The teaching procedures in the architecture college should revolve around the concept of cognitive development. There are 6 parts of this topic: memory, attention, focus, creativity, flexibility. Attention given by the students to the subject being taught in the class depends upon the interest in the lecture being given. So for instance, the subjects like architectural drawing in the first and the second year can be taught via practical 3D objects like sphere, cones, cubes and cuboids in the earlier days, in the initial days, so that the concept of drawing is clear, so that the students, they become well off with the concept of plan, elevation and section. This will make the concept of plan, elevation, side elevation clear in the minds of the students right from the beginning. Memory retention. Every human being has a tendency to forget. Proper methods of teaching will help the students to remember the things for a longer period of time. So the designs developed by the students in the design studio should be formulated in reality on a small scale using the practical building materials in the workshop. This will help the students to evaluate the practicality of the design. Also, it will make them receptive about the latest building materials in the market. Creativity is an original one's intellectual skill and ability to solve the problem in one's own way. It has been seen that there are many students who choose only formal shapes for their buildings like a rectangle or a square. They are afraid to take any organic shape for their building. Teachers here should encourage the students to work on any kind of shape for their buildings, whether organic or inorganic. Flexibility plays an important role in the cognitive development. Flexibility to think multidimensionally. The mind should be trained to be flexible in thoughts instead of being rigid. Students should think about the different aspects for a particular topic, and teachers should train the students to think in all the directions for a particular topic, for a particular design. They should be trained to generate a variety of possibility for a particular design problem. Focus. Cognitive focus refers to the ability to shift the focus from one task to another quickly and efficiently. They should develop multiple concepts for one particular design problem. This shows that how flexible they can think in all the directions. Cognitive speed, the speed at which the brain processes information. Faster processing speed implies more efficient thinking and learning. It becomes important for the teachers to study the psychology of the students in the class, and each student has different learning speed. So accordingly, the teachers should teach the students, like for example in case of sectional drawings, some students they grasp the sectional drawing very easily and they can make them, but some students find it difficult. So the teachers, they should bring the live modules of the construction elements like the aluminium profiles, so that the students find it easy to derive the sections of that particular construction. Tools and methods to enhance creativity among architecture students: sketching, drawing with understanding, writing, group learning techniques, brainstorming, question brainstorming, fostering a question for free environment, model creativity workshop, regular motivational speaks, site visits along with the teachers, encouraging students to learn a variety of skills and subjects, visiting construction site, visiting library, visiting expo exhibitions, workshops, reading the famous works of the architects, visiting the important buildings designed by famous architects, organizing educational tours for the students to new places. As told earlier also, sketching is one of the most important part of learning, and it is the need of the art to enhance the sketching skills of the students so that students are able to sketch their imaginations, creations and thoughts on the paper. This will also ease the problem of developing a concept. Group learning techniques, especially for the urban design assignments, is very important. Students should know how to work in the groups, because in the future when they are going to join a firm in the country or outside the country, they have to work with the group which will be comprising of different kinds of people with different thoughts. So they should know how to work in group. Then model creativity in workshop. Whatever designs students are making, they should be able to create it in the 3D form with the materials available, and they should know how the design is going to look in the future. Hypothetical design problems in the design studio, like designing of coffee shop, designing of gate of any museum, designing of personal space, designing of library for the university, designing of art and cultural center. All these hypothetical design problems in the studio will help the students to think in different direction and to come up with the new ideas. Brainstorming sessions are very important. They should be conducted more often in the architectural colleges. Through this brainstorming technique, students will come up with even wild ideas too. Motivation, the thought process of the architecture student should always be in the direction of benefiting people and the society. The architecture student should also be encouraged to think that their design should always be for the upliftment of the society, of the mankind and the nation. Site visit. It is seen very often that architectural students are asked to go for site visits in group after a design problem is introduced in the studio. For the students of architecture first year, it is all a new process. So teachers should always assist the students for the site visits. Site visits should be properly guided and assisted. When there will be a mentor, then students will be able to think in that particular direction and they will be able to relate it to the architecture. They should be aware of the outcomes of this. And finally, I would like to conclude, architectural education should be designed to enhance and evolve critical thinking and creativity among the students. Responsibility starts with the knowledge. If one has the knowledge, it becomes the responsibility to impart that knowledge to the larger strata of the society. That will ultimately lead to a bigger evolution on larger scale. Being future architects, students should be educated to convey the knowledge to the society. Students should be made observant in their behavior. It is the architects only who have the capacity as well as responsibility to observe, assess, increase, innovate and update their knowledge. Also, it is the responsibility of architectural institutions to upgrade, update and innovate the teaching methodologies in order to respond to regional, cultural, social, economic and environmental issues and needs as well as growing global energy concerns. Thank you.
Our next presenter is architect Nikhil Vasade and architect Prachi Sharma. Their topic is innovative teaching methodologies, skill of lateral thinking.
Good morning, everyone. We present to you innovative teaching methodologies, skill of lateral thinking, a paper by architect Prachi Sharma and architect Nikhil Vasade. According to the conference brief, it says it is time for architecture education to move out from studios to the outdoors and adopt skill-based methodologies. We need a systematic overhaul in the conventional architecture education system to bring and to bridge a gap between architecture education and the professional world. Hence, our aim was to explore lateral thinking and how the skill can be practiced in architecture pedagogy. One of the objective was to redefine knowledge transfer in the process of architecture education, to check if the students were market ready, and if not, how could we make them do so. Teaching and learning are the backbone of architecture education system. Teaching is a process of transferring knowledge from one person to another. It can be an experience of a person or from a learned knowledge. Ancient India's Vedic education system was one of the kind, aiming towards realization of self rather than preparing for life earnings. Mainly, teaching learning process used to happen in a Gurukul, as we all are aware of, away from the population. Shishya, the student, used to stay with the Guru, that is, the teacher, for a few years for daily course of life and used to learn from the daily course of life. As the time changed and the education was recognized as the fundamental right for everyone, mass education system started in the form of classroom teaching. Blackboard and chalks were invented and used worldwide as the main teaching aid. These are still continuing in the form of whiteboards and digital boards. Joseph Alex Roth describes two types of teaching as the didactic mode employed by the teacher craftsman and the evocative mode employed by teacher and the artists. Didactic teaching implies by passing the traditional knowledge on teaching systems on how can we do so. Evocative learning or the evocative teaching also talks about experiences, making the students aware and responsible for themselves. Neither the didactic or the evocative teaching alone will be enough for the learners because the learners vary widely in how they learn. Architecture education has always stand out as the cusp of science and art. Architecture is called as the mother of all arts, as most of the arts are related to human comfort and aspiration which we can achieve through architecture. People spend most of their lifetimes in built environments experiencing these varied arts. Architect not only possess design skills but also required the knowledge of the latest technology, the materials, and should obviously be considered for human senses while designing. Looking at today's competitive world, architecture students should be market ready, and for this they should be equipped with the updated knowledge through their education. It is time for the architecture teachers to explore new possibilities and innovative methods in teaching for transferring knowledge to generations which is having access to the data but cannot use it at the right place and the right time. As I mentioned, today's generation is more visual oriented. Visual learning is a style where the learners better understand and retain information in the form of ideas, words, or the concepts, which are usually associated with the images. Examples could be in the form of drawings, mind map, flowcharts, brainstorming activities, etc., which is very useful for architecture students. Experiential learning is one of the methods where the students learn via experience or the hands-on training. Today, everyone gets entangled in the web, that is the World Wide Web, WWW, which takes them away from the real world to the virtual reality. Students don't understand textures, they don't understand sand, cement, by touch, etc. Unless they explore the material physically, they will not understand the possibility and limitations of any material. So, both the methods should be involved in the teaching methods. Moving on, according to Carl Rogers' theory of experiential learning, he talks about two types of learning. One, the cognitive learning. Two, the experiential learning. He talks about cognitive learning in the form of knowledge-based learning, that is learning of the formulae, historic events, etc. Whereas experiential learning as the form of knowledge-based application and the learner-centered learning. Experiential learning, according to Carl Rogers, focuses on the four fundamentals arranging a favorable and a positive climate for learning, helping the learners learn and have clear objectives about their learning, organizing learner resources and their availability to the learner, balancing intellectual components of learning. Similarly, Kolb's cycle of experiential learning talks about again 4 fundamentals, that is concrete experience, reflective observation, abstract conceptualization, and active experimentation. To give a small example, learning to ride a bicycle according to Kolb's cycle can be understood as reflective observation, that is thinking about riding and watching another person ride a bicycle. Abstract conceptualization, understanding a theory and having a clear grasp of biking concept. Concrete experimentation, receiving practical tips and techniques from a biking expert. Active experimentation, leaping out of the window and actually having a go at it. Moving on, both the experiential learning processes by Carl Rogers and Kolb talk about personal involvement of the learner, a self-initiated process which is also a self-evaluation process, at the same time creates a pervasive effect on the learner. In experiential learning, the threat to the self, that is to the learner, is minimum. Learning climate favors in the learner. Complete participation of the learner in the learning process is attained. At the same time, learners develop the willingness to learn. Architecture course not only trains the students for technology, but it also trains the students up to think about design. Architecture changes the perception of looking at things which reflect in their designing skills. First year students of architecture, we make them think of how things are and why are they made the way they are. It takes them beyond designing till the logic behind it. Once they start understanding, it will reflect in their own design, but it can be expressed in numerous ways if they think laterally. Human brain is conditioned to think vertically. If it tries to find out new solution for a problem which goes vertically one after the other. The lack of analyzing a situation from different angles. This is where lateral thinking creeps in. Perfection in architectural proposals require an idea of design which focuses on the development of conceptual generation of concept and the blueprint development. If we see, according to Edward de Bono, lateral thinking is concerned with the generation of new ideas. It leads to changes in the attitude and approach. To look at things in a different way, lateral thinking is seated in the cognitive domain, although Edward de Bono's theory strays from purely linear to rigid thought. Lateral thinking is thinking about thinking in a non-emotional sense. This theory wishes to extend the breadth of the considerations within the solution space, thus to create possibility of better solution paths. Apart from lateral thinking, there are various types of theories such as vertical, parallel, horizontal, traditional, etc. Usually, it has been observed that vertical thinking is one of the most preferred theories when it comes to imparting education. Lateral thinking is quite distinct from vertical thinking. Lateral thinking is a non-linear way of thinking, that is, it is seeking solutions in more than one direction and tries to achieve a single solution or multiple solutions that can be either the combination of many approaches. In vertical or linear thinking, one moves forward by sequential steps which may be justified. In vertical thinking, one gives birth to more than one possibility or multiple solutions at the same time. There can be more than one option for looking at the same problem, thus by broadening the concept of lateral thinking. The lateral thinking, being one of the generative methods, helps to achieve creative ideas. Unlike traditional thinking, where a set pattern is used for thinking, lateral thinking allows and encourages to be more generative than selective. Hence, this is more of a positive thinking problem. Any new idea, which is basically the byproduct, it is not the natural way in which we are taught to think. Therefore, lateral thinking is a tool and a skill which we must develop through practice. It is considered that altering the established patterns of thinking in creative patterns itself and so with the resulting solution. It can be understood as a habit and attitude of mind, which can be fostered and practiced in thinking techniques. Especially in architecture, design students are eager to achieve to the final solution and follow single line thinking, which actually ends up to improvise solutions of the earlier designs. This stops them from thinking laterally and creating any out-of-box design solutions. It is here the teacher's role to seed the new idea after discussion and encourage students and broaden their horizon to encourage and to find other better solution. Brainstorming is one of the easiest and quite effective ways of lateral thinking. New solutions should be dealt with problems in a total different manner so that the final output will differ from the first one. For formulating new ideas and generating alternatives, one should have a satisfactory solution. This can be one of the ways to develop lateral thinking in the students, which will help them in the professional world. Here, there is a comparison of lateral and vertical thinking. For example, develop an existing pattern is a form of vertical thinking, whereas restructuring of an existing pattern lies under the domain of lateral thinking. The vertical thinking does not tolerate any kind of uncertainty, whereas laterally, uncertainty is quite tolerated when it comes to thinking of solutions. Vertical is more of a selective approach, whereas lateral thinking is more of a generative approach. To culminate, vertical thinking is basically using the ideas, and the lateral thinking is more for changing the ideas, and that is precisely what we need. Bringing to the end of the presentation, the thought point which we are leaving is police uses lateral thinking when attempting to solve crimes because the series of events is often not as straightforward as it appears to be. Then, why not? Why are we as architects not able to use the lateral thinking approach? Thank you. Bringing you the references. Thank you.
Our fifth presenter of the day is Professor Chaya Chauhan. Her topic is Learning and Teaching Methodologies, Settlement Study for Budding Architects.
Hi all, I architect Chaya Chavan, Professor of Dr. D.Y. Patil College of Architecture, Akudi, Pune. Today I am presenting the research paper for National Conference on Skills in Architecture Education, A New Paradigm 2020. Title of a research paper, Architecture Education Enhancement, Innovative Teaching Methodologies. Subtitle, Learning and Teaching Methodologies, Settlement Study for Budding Architects. Architecture education, as one of the different branches of education, require the development of creative capabilities. The primary concern of architect is to design three-dimensional space and form to accommodate related human activities. Abstract. India is a country of varied geographical and environmental conditions. After reviewing fast development of cities, commercialization of spaces, fast life, it is essential to understand the user's social economic life, habits, surrounding spaces, and interrelationship with different spaces. It is possible with the help of settlement study. Settlement study is the practical platform for different design-oriented survey, interviews with different class to understand their needs, to understand scale and proportions, community-wide spread of spaces, transformation of spaces, climate response, and activity-based house plan, etc. Keywords: settlement, skill, traditional, teaching, and architecture. Introduction. Settlement experience is for architecture subjects are a platform where students can observe, experience and enhance their skill by actively participating. It is the practical tool of architecture education, and these efforts will achieve healthy design. Settlement studies and interactions are changing traits in architecture education for future developments. This presentation highlights how settlement study practically teach different skills with help of practical experiences. Also development in rural settlement which contributes in sustainable architecture. This study concludes with analysis also explain different skill which needs to incorporate in study of settlement in academic curriculum. Aim to develop the student skill to put their knowledge of theory into practice with the help of settlement study. Objectives to study different aspects like climate, tradition, culture, social life, costume, celebration, architecture and landscape. To explore and experiment with ideas, material, tools and techniques. To understand the planning aspects with respect to the surrounding spaces, climate, locally available materials, local construction techniques. To understand the materials and construction techniques used for house with respect to building energy conservation. Study area. Present presentation explain how settlement develops the teaching learning skill of student, and to explain this, settlement study near Sawantwadi, Maharashtra is taken as example. Methodology. This study includes a collection of theoretical data on the selected area, interviewing of people like panchayat representatives, school teachers, senior citizens, children, women, working men, government servant working in that area, photographic documentation, archival documents, video recordings, major drawings of building typologies. How students' different learning skill was developed with the help of settlement study is explained with the help of different factors. Development of confidence level with respect to the skill like communication skill. During settlement study, it is very much important that students have to interact with the different types of people, so their communication skill will be developed. Skill of conducting systematic interviews. To conduct the interviews in a systematic manner, the student should develop the systematic format for interviews. So, the skill of conducting systematic interviews will be developed. Along with this, the sketching skill, presentation skill, photo, video recording skill, model making skills are developed. After settlement study, it is very much important to maintain the documentation of the settlement study. In this case, the systematic way of documentation skill is developed within the students. Development of climatic responsiveness. After practical visit to settlement, students are understood the entire development of settlement, cluster development, individual dwelling site planning, house forms took place as per climatic conditions. On field, they experience relation between climate and different aspects which are considering in architecture curriculum. The confidence about climatology subject is built in students. Development of major drawing skill without measuring tape. During our settlement study, we interact with architect Ajit Parab, practicing architect of Sawantwadi, and architect Ajit Parab taught the different methods of doing the major drawing without using the measuring tape. Along with this, the students are also work upon the mixing and laying of mud in the mud construction of a wall. Skill learned from tradition art and craft. Sawantwadi is famous for wooden toys made from mango tree. During our settlement study, students visited workshop of wooden toys and learned the skill about. This was one of the very good learning skill, that is learning of traditional art skill and keep alive our traditional art and craft. Handmade playing cards of Savantwadi remembers everyone about bygone era. These cards are made from circular pieces of paper on which intricate designs of the Shwar are hand pointed. Each pack contains 120 hand pointed cards housed in equally colorful box. Ganjifa tradition of Savantwadi is almost 300 years old. But today, except from Savantwadi, there is no other place in India in which the craft of making Ganjifa is being maintained. Our students learn the making of Ganjifa and they use this Ganjifa art to present their settlement work. Presentation is presented in the form of Ganjifa. Conclusion. After settlement visits, students are taken more interest to enhance skill like practically working with construction techniques and material, which may develop innovative techniques and materials. Develop different skills like sketching, photography, video recording, conducting systematic interview, art and craft, model making, 3D animation, documentation, and preparation of major drawing without using tape. This study concludes with the analysis of how settlement study is important to budding architects to develop their learning skill and also explain the needs to incorporate the settlement study in the academic curriculum. It is a changing trades in architecture pedagogy.
Our sixth speaker is architect Sonal Nirmal. Her topic is design pedagogy for a contextual studio, theory and application.
Greetings everyone. I'll be presenting the design pedagogy for a contextual studio. This idea was developed along with my colleague architect Amol Hole. It began as a search for a method that will equip the students to design a project that is based on a traditional context. Up till now, documentation through measured drawing was followed, and this proved to be a little unsuccessful. So this time we decided to go beyond and take the help of established theories of critical regionalism, which they anyways learn in the history class. The paper is based on a hypothesis. When designing for a context, established theories with experiential learning can help in sensitizing the students towards generating a unique and original design. The objective thus was to sensitize the students towards critical regionalism, study its various theories and draw parallels within them, equip the students with the skill of developing a concept and help generate a rationale for design, and to instill the idea of critical thinking. It's a qualitative methodology based on experiential learning and various theories, and the whole crux lies in enforcing critical thinking among the students. A pilot visit was conducted before the actual study and base drawings were sourced. The settlement under consideration is Omkareshwar on the banks of River Narmada, which has a lot of spiritual value amongst Indians. The theory of critical regionalism has been written by Lionel Lefebvre, Alexander Yonis and Paul Ricoeur, but the one by Kenneth Frampton has charted out a 10-point path for everyone to follow. The crux lies in experiencing the spaces oneself, and the beauty is in one's own interpretation. Since there are no didactic principles for form generation, a multitude of outcomes are possible. But for a third-year student, the question is, how do I do it? This is where architect Yatin Pandya's method comes into picture. In his book, Concepts of Space Making in Traditional Indian Architecture, the role of experiencing a space through movement is emphasized. When one moves in space, the whole perception becomes very dynamic and is very personal. This movement in space, while appreciating its elements, is termed as kinesthetics. This helps in building spatial narratives which essentially mean the communication of the built elements with the user through coding and decoding of messages. This works at a very subconscious level, and the method to record this has been explained in the book very explicitly. Each time there is a change in the view or vista, or when one gets newer clues, one is to document the view with a sketch or a photograph. These are then later analyzed with respect to the principles mentioned in the book. So several charts were prepared for the faculty as a guideline, but not introduced to the students. To students, it was only on site each activity was explained. The 3-day study tour began with the first day reserved for getting acquainted with the settlement and studying the other mandatory aspects. The next day started with a walk to sensitize the students of how did we reach the temple and the ghat without knowing where it is. What were the visual clues that one got? So at each node or at every few steps, we waited and explained to the students with prolonged discussions of all the visual clues, and they were also recorded on paper with a sketch. So the germ of this idea of kinesthetics was laid, a difficult concept, but the students got onto it very easily. The third day also continued with the same idea, along with learning the various ritualistic activities on the site. So some of the students picked up this idea very well and recorded it into their sketchbooks. Once back to the studios, it was necessary to abstract these ideas and also impart a little more value to the entire learning. This is where Christopher Alexander's book comes into picture. He, after years of study, has established 15 properties that he observed were common in things that had life, be it nature, craft, or architecture. Now, looking at the settlement through this lens added a lot of value in their learning. These properties made them think, got them more involved in the discussions. Students debated and argued about various aspects. A whole lot of ideas generated and a lot of intense discussions happened. It was concluded that it's all right to have different opinions and perceptions. This idea also helped in bridging the gap between the study and the design. It brought us to the stage where the settlement could be decoded while removing all the associated imageries. Abstract diagrams were demonstrated and also made by students. Now the concept for the design was laid. The actual project was a public space. It was a museum of human settlements in Bhopal as an extension to the existing Manav Sangrahalaya, a little away from the main building, close to the upper lake. This neutral site enforced students to critical thinking. Now they were not to design for the same society that they studied, but they were to design for a society which was laid in modern surroundings for a contemporary society. One of the students was fascinated by the sequential unraveling of the spaces as one moves ahead, and also by the deep interlock of activities which led to a lot of ambiguity. This idea was represented by intertwined seamless lines, which took the form of pathways and with activities merging into those. Play of light observed under the canopy was another important feature. Pergolas and domical skylights were used to bring that experience. Another student found various levels of scale in the nodes in the settlement, also in the intensity of light falling on the pathways. So the idea of nodes became the highlight of the design. Its character and scale at every location was manipulated with the help of enclosing elements. Other properties which have been applied are the idea of the strong center. So one student has taken the strong center to be an open space and all the pathways leading to the central space. The experience of narrow lanes traversing up and down, each with a different spatial experience, and then it opening out to the large space was picked up. Another student again picked up the idea of the strong center, but the openness was reversed and there was a heavy mass in the center instead. the user had several options of choosing the pathways, and all these pathways were somehow leading to the water body, again representing the ghat. So the physical manifestation of each and every student's design was very, very different, and nowhere did we saw the direct implementation and application of the elements from the settlement. So to conclude, I would say that it was a very successful and satisfying attempt, and we have been able to instill the skill of learning from the traditional settlement, drawing out the essence and applying it for a contemporary society. The search of developing this innovative methodology is still on. As we say, there is always room for improvement and evolution. Thank you.
Our last presenter for this session is architect Anupama Chawla. Her topic is feasibility study of life projects. I'm sorry, our last presenter of the day is architect Sakshi Gupta. Her topic is employing experiential learning in architectural pedagogy, bridging the gap between professional practice and education.
Learning is the process whereby knowledge is created through the transformation of experience. Greetings to everyone. The topic of this presentation is employing experiential learning in architecture pedagogy, bridging the gap between professional practice and education. Nowadays, there are a lot of talks about the bridging the gap between professional practice and education. So, what is the gap that we are talking about here? This can be clearly understood by this learning working loop, where the architectural students, after going through an extensive teaching learning process, enter the industry as fresh graduates with great zeal. Here, the work performance is assessed as in any other profession as positive or negative. It is from here that these aspiring architects and even the senior ones look backwards to the university education with feedbacks and conclude that the expectations of practical training were met or maybe not. So, how can the feedback be always positive? Can the answer be experiential learning? Now, what is experiential learning? Learning by doing, learning by action, and learning through discoveries and experiences are all the phrases attributed to experiential learning. Let us look at it in detail. In experiential learning, learner directly deals with ups and downs of what one faces while practicing in real world. Either on or off campus, it is the apparatus in which the learner is subjected to the situations where he or she develops and assesses critical thinking abilities, thus allowing for freedom of creative thought and preparing for a lifetime learning process. Coming down to Bloom's taxonomy, it was created in 1956 under the leadership of Dr. Benjamin Bloom, who is an educational psychologist, in order to promote higher forms of thinking in education, such as analyzing and evaluating concepts, processes, procedures, principles, rather than just remembering facts. It is most often used when designing educational, training, and learning processes. So out of the three domains of learning, we will here discuss about the cognitive domain, which involves mental skills. Bloom's list of cognitive processes is arranged systematically from the most basic, which is the review of information, to the most complex, which is making decisions about usefulness and the worth of a thought. The levels are thought to be combined, with every next level in the framework expanding on the fruitful completion of the prior levels. All the 6 levels in the progressive system represent an important skill for learners to become masterminds. Now, this study aims to explore and validate that when experiential learning pedagogical approach is integrated into architectural education, all the aspects of cognitive domain of Bloom's taxonomy are enhanced in a student, simultaneously bridging the gap between theory and practice for these future architects. According to Council of Architecture, the subject building construction of architectural education should provide the students the skill of attaining knowledge, detailing of buildings, capacity to integrate the knowledge acquired to architectural design exercises for making working drawings, skills of presenting these in graphical form using both manual and electronic medium. As per the minimum standards of architectural education, COA is directly focusing on knowledge, understanding, application, and analysis domains of Bloom's taxonomy. Evaluation and creation domains do exist, but in hidden form, and it mostly depends upon the lesson design and the teaching methodology if these domains are achieved or not. Definitely, all the domains of Bloom's taxonomy can be achieved by adopting the method of experiential learning. Now, in an attempt to study what instructional methodology is followed in the current structure of Building Construction Studio, first year, case studies of construction studio of two renowned architectural institutes based in Delhi, NCR was done. For the purpose of maintaining privacy, they have been named as A and B in this research paper. The common topic of brick bonding was chosen from the syllabus of first year of these colleges for the case study, keeping in mind that the experiential learning is possible to a great extent for the said topic. The lesson plans and teaching methodology of the brick bonding module was studied separately for each college to study the aspects of experiential learning in each class. This study was majorly done to assess the levels to which experiential learning is already incorporated in our teaching learning system. A vast difference was observed in the teaching styles of both the institutes. While at Institute A, only conventional methodology of teaching including lectures and studios were adopted. At the same time, Institute B focused on demonstration and project method along with the lecture and studio methods. It was therefore concluded from the above observations that no instructional techniques based on experiential learning was employed at Institute A, while Institute B used workshops on brick bonding, role playing, model making, design build exercises to justify the integration of learning by doing in their teaching learning process. Students of Institute A were asked to focus on sheets with drawings of brick bonding. On the other hand, learners of Institute B were innovating with models of current technique with new methods possible for brick bonding. Now, moving to the analysis, it was done on two aspects. First was based on cognitive domain of Bloom's taxonomy, and second was based on skills and abilities enhanced, again in relation to experiential learning. Now, through a questionnaire distributed among students of Institute A and B, an attempt is made to analyze whether the cognitive domains of Bloom's taxonomy were enhanced or not after attending the classes of brick bonding. A total of 4 questions were asked. Each question was framed very carefully to evaluate the cognitive domains of Bloom's taxonomy. Responses were collected in person from 30 students of each institute. The quality of result from Institute A were not very good as compared to the quality of results from Institute B. This could be attributed to various factors. The major reason is that only factual information was taught at Institute A through lectures and presentations. Another thing is that time should be reserved during teaching learning process to enable students to become competent in both identifying and graphically producing common types of brick bonds and whether they are being taught and whatever they are being taught. Little emphasis was given on the applications at Institute A. Maybe the applications are just told to the students, which only gets into their short-term memory. Also, just sheets and model making exercise based on clay bricks did not give students the proficiency of actual site conditions. The students therefore lacked in application and synthesis skills. Students were not exposed to the use of brick bonds. Candidates should become adequately exposed to the usage of and care to be applied when using different types of brick bonds. Content delivery, therefore, should be designed to equip learners to develop expertise in the knowledge and application of skills essential for learning to happen. In a separate survey, the same group of students were asked questions based on their experience of studying building construction in their respective colleges. The first 4 questions were related to the work and activity done by students. It was summarized from the responses that motivation is lacking in the students of Institute A. Though students were kept busy in the preparation of sheets, but they didn't find the work challenging. There was a limited involvement of students in the experiential activities related to the topic, which also restricted them to learn from reflection. The next 4 questions were related to professionalism. At Institute A, students are not taught about the organization they will coordinate with as an architect. They are not given the autonomy. Their learning is based on inputs from the teachers, and as a result, sense of responsibility also lacked. The last 3 questions are based on learning. Since there was no active involvement of student in the task related to their topic, they could not learn from their mistakes, concepts were not cleared, and technical knowledge could not be achieved. On the contrary, exactly opposite yet positive responses were received from Institute B. Later, an analysis was done on the skills and abilities that improved as a result of their experience in class. It became clear from the analysis that only drafting and presentation skills which were acquired by making sheets improved in the students of Institute A, while other important skills which are paramount for the industry, they remained eroded. Based on the case studies and analysis, it was found that experiential learning process is not fully integrated with the building construction course of B.Arch program in the architectural schools. It is due to several reasons and constraints, which is again a topic of further research. Integrating experiential learning with construction studio, apart from taking care of cognitive domains of Bloom's taxonomy, also enhances a wide range of skills amongst students which are otherwise not enhanced in the conventional studios. It isn't a particular activity that is experiential. It is the way that it is framed that makes it experiential. As an instructor, one should try and make instructional activities experiential. Learning by doing helps the learner in strengthening their knowledge and application of course content and theory. Their learning is focused on student-centered rather than instructor-centered experiences by doing, finding, reflecting, and applying. Through these encounters, their communication abilities, self-confidence is enhanced. Bloom's taxonomy, in conjunction with the concept of experiential learning, can be used as a useful tool for helping students move beyond superficial knowledge, simultaneously adding a depth of understanding and critical analysis. Learning behaviors are affected by the course content, teaching style of educator, which includes teaching methodology, and instructional techniques followed, the learning motive, and the learning strategy of students, which subsequently affect their learning outcomes and thus the work performance. All these things influence the satisfaction level of learning, which provides a positive feedback to the practitioners in the industry. In a nutshell, due to the technical expertise required for building the projects, it is integral for architectural students to go through a practical environment based on experiential learning to understand the aspects of constructing a project in the industry environment. Only this will help in our better concept development, acquisition of skills, and out of the box perspective along with objectivity. This will ultimately lead to lifelong learning, bridging the gap between academics and practice of architecture. In the end, I would like to thank the team SAENP and Symbiosis Skills and Professional University for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on this esteemed platform. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of this session. I would now request both the panelists, first of all, Dr. Harimohan Pillai sir, to express his views about the papers and his observations, and then Dr. Ujwala Chakradev to express her observations regarding all these 7 papers. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gauri. And first of all, I would like to thank you for including me in this unique venture of yours, especially of Symbiosis University, to use skills as the very important platform, that too in the field of architecture, and to organize this kind of national level workshop seminar. I'm thankful to you for that, for including me in this team. See, we have 2 days to go. We have just gone through the first part, that too 7 presentations in the first part. And I can see that almost all 7 presenters agree that experiential learning is extremely important in architectural education. Now, there are many ideas which I could present here, but I will refrain from that. I'll reserve it for my final comments. But there are 2 things which I would like to say. If we all agree that experiential learning is extremely important, what stops us from using this in our teaching, day-to-day teaching in colleges? We don't have to wait for this to be included in the curriculum. This is one suggestion that I have. We normally wait to do something so that once it is included in the curriculum, only we will do it. We really don't have to. So nothing should stop us from using experiential methods of learning. But that also means that every teacher should be a practicing architect, because you should not be teaching the experiences of other architects to your students, but as a teaching architect, you should be actually sharing your own experiences of design and construction of buildings with your students. That is a very important aspect of teaching architecture, because as architect Habib Khan said in his talk, that best of architects all over the world were created through the apprenticeship mode of learning, not necessarily through the structured architectural education mode. So I think we need to bring back this experiential mode of learning by direct application without waiting for this to come into the curriculum of any university. That means that live projects need to be included. So about which also some of the speakers have very well researched, presented very well researched work. Live projects need to be included. How it should be included is something which needs to be, we need to do brainstorming on this aspect. Perhaps one method is to introduce one live project every year in a school of architecture, in which across the years, every student is made to participate or is helped to participate by the faculty members. This live project can be done within the immediate vicinity of the college, so that the college takes it up as a corporate social responsibility to improve the immediate built environment around the college. And it is there for everyone to see that this college is contributing in a very, very positive manner by applying knowledge in the immediate vicinity of whatever they are teaching to the students, and the students are also getting an opportunity to experience hands-on the application of whatever they are learning. Thank you. I will reserve my comments here. There is much more to say. I would request the main panelist to speak about her opinion about each paper in detail. Thank you. Over to Ujjwala, madam.
Yes, thank you so much. There have been wonderful presentations, all 7 of them. Most of you, all of you rather, talked about experiential learning. Sonia, in her first presentation, was talking about coal and Kolb's experiential learning. Kolb has been overrated probably. He has done extensive work definitely, and you have done a wonderful study of this experiential learning. One small suggestion I would like to give here is that what I was talking about in my talk was sensitizing 5 senses. So learning through our 5 senses is the holistic experience, and that is what the experiential learning is. We rely too much on the Western literature. Now is a time that we need to look into some Indian literature as well, which talks about experiential learning. They may not be using the word experiential learning, term may not be there, but it is holistic learning. Holistic learning in Indian context is only and only through all 5 senses and the complete experience. And lots of literature, lots of methodologies are available on this experiential learning techniques. And I think this is not only for Sonia, but for all of you, those who presented experiential learning. This is one small suggestion that I would like to give here. Then Anupama talked about the life projects and the constructivist theories. And that's something again what I was looking for actually, and then it came up before when I wrote down the Indian scenario, lacking understanding the immediate context. Prime Minister in his Atmanirbhar Bharat said that we need to be vocal about local. So local contextual understanding is something which can be immediately reflected in architecture in your design. Farida talked about innovative teaching methodologies, and the area which she covered was very vast. A huge plethora or perspective she had taken into her this. As a teacher, I would just like to make us. It was a wonderful presentation. Mind you, this is my blanket observation that all of you have done a very wonderful work and detailed study about. I was feeling as though I am in my architecture education class. And that's why appreciation is common for all of you. Now I'm just pointing out, since the time is short, a very small one singular observations for each one of you. When you are trying to convey something, one issue at a time, one point at a time would be more taken up by the listeners. Prachi and Nikhil, they both talked about lateral thinking, Edward de Bono. And lateral thinking, Edward de Bono has got very important position in our education, because it talks about thinking, categorizing thinking. And Karl Popper has also given the content epistemology of thinking. We should have the ability to look into our thoughts and think about them as though we are a distant person. Spirituality, which I was talking to you, is actually begins there. Spirituality within us is necessary when we want to think about how I am a person and what I am thinking about, and how thinking can be categorized. And that's what Edward de Bono, through his lots of, especially lateral thinking book, but most of his books also talk about these things. Very well done, Prachi and Nikhil. Chaya was talking about settlement studies and learning through those settlements. That's something good, something, the documentation and many skills. She narrated all the skills, and that's a wonderful way of talking about how many skills are there. And that's also one of the ways of the experiential learning, going out to the society, talking to them, being with them. I agree with Hari Mohan Pillai sir when he says that we don't have to put it into the syllabus and then only follow it. It is actually there. If you are a teacher, and in new education policy, actually, this freedom to every teacher will be given. Before I talk further about new education policy, I would like to say something about Sonal Nirmal's thing. She also talked about settlement study, but with an additional theory to it, and that is critical regionalism and critical thinking. So critical regionalism and the steps given by Kenneth Frampton, she has narrated the things, and Sakshi Gupta talked about how to bridge the gap between profession and education. All the papers were wonderful. It was I learned so many things from your presentations. One thing which I think we can discuss right now over here is one small issue related to national education policy, which probably Gauri madam in her university of this kind can take it up so easily. There will be clusters of institutions where the student will have to take up the credits. So choice-based credit system will be mandatory, which is there, but in a real sense, where this experiential learning. So somebody who wants to develop music along with architecture, the music school should be around, and he will be able to take up the credits from there. This extends the possibility of taking credits from so many areas. That means the personality of an architect will be developed with the required skill which he is or she is interested in, and that is very easily possible for Gauri. You have that cluster already established, that background already there. So this is a wonderful platform through which you are conveying these things. We all will have to follow this and be a part of such clusters where our students will acquire skills from various places. Thank you so much for making me a part of this and giving me an opportunity to express my thoughts about architecture, education, and skills. Thanks.
Actually, thank you so much, ma'am, for being there and enlightening us with your thoughts, because it's very important. And as Harimon sir said, and even you mentioned, that it need not be included in the syllabus. The methodology, nobody has stopped us to follow any particular methodology, and we are doing the same thing. We are also following the guidelines given by Council of Architecture, and our syllabus is also similar to all other universities. We are not skipping out on any of the academic contents, but the differences between the teaching pedagogies, and we are actually trying to bring in a lot of experiential learning in our studios and in our construction labs and in our in the labs, plumbing labs. We have all sorts of labs where we are trying to take the students and try to experiment on different teaching pedagogies. And as rightly said by you, that we need to be motivated for the same. So thank you so much, madam, for being there. And sir is going to be there for next 2 days. I would request you to be part of the whole conference whenever possible for you. I know it's Ganpati and everybody is a little occupied, but still, whenever you get time, just log in and attend the session.
I'll do that. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
I will. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And I would now request Preeti Duseja to take over. Preeti, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Now we start with the second session. Our eighth presenter is architect Neerja Babbar. Her topic is architectural learning model.
Before that, we would like to play a small video by our sponsors, Shantar Interiors Private Limited. I would request Meenal Madam to just play the video. We'll just watch the video. They've supported us for this conference. So I would request Meenal Ma'am to play their introduction. And after that, we'll continue with our next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm architect Archana Bante. I am a senior architect of Shandar Interior Private Limited. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Gauri Shirurkar ma'am for giving me an opportunity to introduce our Shandar's 50 years legacy. Shandar Interior Private Limited is an interior contracting company who deliver turnkey solutions, space planning, and MEP installation services to a diversified multinational clientele since its inception in 1969, such as Symbiosis, Accenture, Dassault, Coca-Cola, IAC, Atlas Copco, Bajaj, and Philips. We are having in-house team of 110 plus and 400 site team who helps to transform 7.5 million square feet spaces successfully. A single larger project we have completed of 2 lakh square feet area. We serve various sectors includes corporates, education, healthcare, government, industrial, auditorium, and specialized. We have a sterling reputation in the industry for our services that cater to your expansive requirements. I'm pleased to say that we are also manufacturer of leading modular furniture brand Taurus. Shandar Modular Furniture Systems Private Limited is a certified ultra-modern modular furniture manufacturing plant equipped with high-tech German technology located in Kesnan, Pune, spread across 32,000 square feet. Shandar having a great footprint pan-India and soon will be global. We have executed several challenging projects and proud to become a solution provider for those challenges. We help you emulate the culture and professionalism in any space with our team professionals who execute every step of your project with perfection. Thank you. Now, I request you to have a look of our few prestigious projects.
I would now like to request Preeti Pujari to take over and introduce our next panel member and the renowned architect Madhav Joshi. Preeti, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to now introduce the panelist and the jury member for our next session, Architect Madhav Joshi. Architect Joshi graduated from BKBS College of Architecture, Pune, and his master's in urban planning from IIT Kharagpur. He heads Madhav Joshi and Associates, which he established in Pune in 1998. The studio is a hub of architectural creativity, designing projects that explore new frontiers of contextual modernism as a consciously adopted approach rather than a style. The firm is reputed for its unique architectural portfolio, with projects ranging from hotels to high-end residences, housings, IT and corporate offices to institutional campuses. The firm also undertakes master planning and urban design projects. Madhav Joshi's inspiration for architecture can be often traced back to his native place Vai, a temple town on the banks of River Krishna. He is an active member of IIA, ITPI, IIID, and ASA. Mr. Joshi has won many awards for his work, the most notable ones being the J.K. Cement Green Architectural International Award in 2010. Some of its projects were also a part of the exhibit in State of Architecture in India at NGMA, Mumbai. A keen educator, he is a regular on jury panels of many awards and School of Architecture and has delivered lectures and presented his works widely. I would like to request Madhav Joshi sir to address the audience.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Now, in the course of 2 days of this conference, which is begun wonderfully, there'll be a lot of deliberations on, say, theoretical understanding of the importance of acquiring skills, and with various methodologies which have been discussed and very sort of presented by various presenters earlier and other panelists. So, although the whole discussion is all about gaining practical knowledge and acquiring skills in education of architecture, I thought I would just bring forth some of my experiences and some of the methods that I've been adopting without being part of the formal education. But largely one believes that architecture is after the sort of beyond the classroom hours, it's more of self-learning as well. So I'm going to sort of talk about just one important aspect which I thought could be sort of highlighted. Of course, there are many facets to development of skills which are required in learning of architecture, and further on bringing them to reality and your practice as well. So I would like to share a screen where I have sort of an extract of some of my lecture, which is made for students. So I would request host to facilitate me to share the screen.
Yes, sir, you can share it now.
Yeah. Now, before I sort of begin, I'm also done my master's from IIT Kharagpur. I'll just share a few memories from my alma mater. And once I finished my course in '86, the then faculty and the HOD were keen that I would join as the teaching member in the IIT community in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. And it was a wonderful opportunity. But at the age of, say, 25, that was a big decision one had to take. And it turned out so that sort of I heard my inner self and thought, and this is a professional course, and jumping from books to books again and standing in front of students, probably I may not be sufficiently equipped to share beyond certain uh, limits. So I sort of declined that offer politely, and I thought it would be best to go back and practice. And when I sort of acquire certain experience of my own, maybe that is the time I will have something to share with the students, and and I will be able to have conversation, which also can be looked upon as a process of learning or teaching, so to say. So having come from that, I would like to sort of take help of certain things. So, a very interesting saying by a Greek philosopher, that we have 2 ears and one mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we speak. So this is very true. I mean, as growing up, you might have heard this quote a lot from your parents or teachers, mostly when they wanted you to be quiet and pay attention. Listening is an observation skill that we are taught early, and it's very important while learning. However, most of us also have 2 ears, 2 eyes to see, 2 hands to feel, a nose to smell, and a mouth to taste. We use essentially one of the key methods of acquiring skills, I believe, is the simplest one, and that is by observation. But what exactly is observation? Let's Observation is the action or process of observing something or someone in order to gain information. I mean, this is uh, picked up from the dictionary meaning, let's say. Our observation skills inform us about objects, events, attitudes, and phenomena using one or more senses. Additionally, being able to observe and gather information about the world is important because it's the basis of communicating well. Improving your observation skills allows you to listen with more than just your ears and make better decisions. It also enhances your ability to interact with others and to respond in an appropriate manner. Both are keys to success at the learning phase as well as at the workplace. In the workplace, a good employee not only listens well, but is also aware of what is happening around them. So, taking cues from here, I'm just trying to sort of demonstrate or share uh, the process that I sort of engage myself in. So I thought instead of talking more on the theoretical aspects of it, can I bring in and actually exercise the experiential, method that has been adopted by me. So it's just a parallel way of communicating with this presentation. So observations from inspirations from observations. Now, what happens is it begins when you're a child, where you grow up, and it's not only when you sort of enter to a domain of architectural education, or enter into a school of architecture, that you understand these are important skills. Probably they're with you all the time, and more so as a child when you are inquisitive about things that you are interested in. So likewise, but then you realize what your interests are more and more vividly as you grow up. And when you make your choices, which direction of education you want to choose, that is the time sort of, you reflect on your sort of likings, your skill sets, your aptitude, and you decide accordingly. Likewise, I mean, I didn't know that I would be going to architecture, but when I started uh, understanding the subject in the formal sense, I started also recollecting my impressions and memories from my childhood growing up in a temple town of Vai. Now, as you can see some of the pictures, I have just a representation of the context that probably I was exposed to on a routine basis on the way to school and coming back, or moving around, or uh, going to the ghats for early morning dip in the fresh water, uh, and the architecture, the materials. There are a lot of things that which are like part of your life anyway. The sound of the sort of bell in the temple, or there could be other contextual experiences that you had in close association with the nature. So, and quite interestingly, that experience was so profound that it actually became a very good resource to revisit as I was sort of contemplating on various cons- methods of construction, or the spatial experiences that one had, and probably you had to recreate, and different narratives which could have some references from the learnings from this place, and of course later on through the travels that one undertook. Most important aspect I would like to highlight here, which can be sort of addressed to the skill set or the observation of various trades of making things. Now, quite interestingly, there was a shortcut which would take one from school to your home, which was a beautiful vada where I used to stay in. Through a community or a settlement of people who are essentially sort of a village which was populated with people connected with agrarian economic activity, and also they were part of a support system to the township or the town as a whole. Uh, Being a part of agrarian milieu, I mean, bullock cart is one important vehicle and implement that is used by for transportation, for activities in the field. And there was a small street going through that village, which had various households, which were actually households of different uh, trades, or the skilled people who were specialized in various trades, rather. Like carpenters are making bullock carts. They had a symbiotic relation with blacksmith who had to provide parts to complete the wheel. They will also have their own independent activities as a blacksmith. As you move forward, you had metal workers who were dealing with different types of metal to create utensils and implements to be used in the fields and the farming activities. Or there could be like stone carvers or patharvat, as we call in local language. They were weavers who were using sheep wool to sort of weave quilts. And as you move on and closer to the riverside, there were potters who would use the water and the vast expanse of the river basin for drying and making pottery, and so there were all these trades were doing something every day. And just by traversing that route every day and by observing the progress of each object which was being made, there are so many things that one had learned, and just hanging around and helping them just to pick up a tool here and there. Uh, you sort of engaged with those activities, although at a young age, when I was in fifth and sixth standard, probably you were not allowed to sort of, hurt yourself by, doing it yourself. But spending mindlessly a lot of hours there, one had gathered and acquired a lot of observation and interesting things, how materials are converted to objects. And This came back very strongly when I was in first year of architecture. For example, when we were asked to uh, develop sort of solids with use of paper, like for example, a cone, I knew exactly how it was made. I had seen as a child how bucket is made and how the formation and the profile of the paper had to be cut, and my cone was done in say 5 minutes, because although may not have been geometrically accurate, but that notion of cone was captured in that development of that paper. So there are a lot of these things are still alive and practiced in Indian uh, society, different in different regions. So only the pace of life has changed, and there is hardly anybody walking to the school, so to the college, and that pace has been different. So it's time that you sort of slow down and give yourself an opportunity to observe what you are traversing through, and stop and take a minute and pause and contemplate and how things are being made. So this was a very important resource for me. Second is, as you grow up, you undertake travels, and then I consider that as a critical engagement with the subject that you are looking at by way of observation again, for the sake of documentation as a source of learning as you move on. So I would like to share some of the sketches. They range from a large time span. And as you can see, the type of architecture that one is exposed right here in India, or when you go across different continents in the world, there are a lot of opportunities to stop by, and probably there are a lot of things that you have already read about, seen in photographs, but when you go in reality to visit those places, uh, it's really interesting to sort of take time and document, or try to sketch uh, for your just documenting your observations. So this is Badami Caves. This is a temple, one of the temples from my native town. Another temple nearby. And this is Pattadakkal, Bijapur. So, oh, this is in Terracotta Temple in West Bengal. This is Mandu, where our office symbol is taken from. Padmanabhapuram Palace. This is the famous Notre Dame, which was damaged in the fire. This was a sketch in 2001. So then, of course, this is the most recent Falling Waters. Some of the sketches are quick on the run. Some of them are more, meticulously attempted. Now, these are Louis Kahn's famous projects, or Le Corbusier's building in Boston. So all these observations and sketching as you travel are a great resource and a very good tool, essential part of your observation as one of the methods to acquire skills. Now, how that comes handy as you move on, like when it comes to putting on paper your ideas, or birth of an idea, as I said earlier, your birth of an idea is essentially a concept that you are trying to explore. So an abstract of lines is what comes to your help in order to sort of putting that idea, or the birth of an idea, on paper for the first time. It may not be in absolute sense the final design, but this is something that you want to put on paper, what you would like to achieve, or what you would like to bring into through your design. So in this particular case, this was a sort of a weekend house project, and one was thinking about how to capture the horizon in the experience, and then your observations about the clouds and the nature and the elements around or the birds flying by. This is something if you are able to capture, and so this was just a thought, a very abstract thought, but eventually you work towards it. So the idea of sharing this is that every project is sort of depicted at an early stage. Here again, you wanted to capture the cascading energies on on a hill slope. This is regarding a container project that we had done, and the lines. So this is very interesting, and this I'll elaborate a little further when I'll sort of get into my last phase of my presentation. Objects in the landscape, like when you are although dealing with architecture, but ultimately architecture is part of a larger regional landscape, and there are opportunities where you're literally sort of given a responsibility to design amidst a very pressing surroundings, and your approach has to be very sensitive to the surroundings and the nature around it. So maybe nature wants to tell you a few things, and if you observe them, you can pick them up. And now this is the abstraction of what you observe, and you document that. Likewise, there are many other projects like in the campus, or the way you want to form communities, or the way you want to sort of delineate sort of city level circulation that with business district. So all these sketches come together as your first concept sketches, and they result into interesting projects of different scales, different nature, different purpose, and different typologies in terms of uh, some of them could be education institutes, some of them could be private residences, some of them could be public places, office places, and so on. So taking that idea, finally, what you observe from and you learn, and there was a discussion about materials, there are and understanding the skills of making things. Ultimate manifestation of your own creation is through the material interface of ensemble that you create as a end result of that entire learning process. So this is just a very representative palettes of different materials that come together to make a project. Like here, you would see some lot of stone and then handcrafted walls, a mix with concrete. So it's a mix of technology, modern technology and traditional skill. This is again a very contemporary expression about upcycling of containers, likewise materials, or going little more clinical in terms of the finishes. This is again an institute where you have different materials coming together like stone-crete combination concrete, and the kind of detailing happens by understanding your sensitivities about the way the material needs to be treated, has largely come from your observations of the works of the past and works of seniors and masters again. So and then the same material, I mean, it's a routine material, like everybody uses a plastered building, but then how do you bring about certain elements within that so that you have a different story to tell all the time. So no matter what idiom of material you choose, finally the experience is more important. And it's like using some language of poetry or literature, but the literature and the poetry is different for different person. So this is just an idea to sort of communicate how the observation ultimately. Now this is what you leave behind for the next generation or the posterity to observe from. And in that sense, there's a huge responsibility when you are designing a project that it should be sort of ultimately worthy of very conscious observation by the next generation and the students, and something to learn from. So that learning process has to continue from your own doing and your own creation as you would ultimately leave it behind. And in that sense, it's very important to understand the relation of a site and what you're going to build. So in that sense, I would like to just bring out some experts from a project which is called Heritage School. Uh, Now, talking about the site, again, when you go to the site for the first time, basically you go there to observe what is there and what is the surrounding. Of course, you will have a technical data of the land terrain, the contours, the program given by client, but sort of imbibing the realities of the site with the help of observation and walking around the site is very crucial. And while doing that, you are essentially documenting a lot of things by observation, how the terrain is. In this case, apparently there was nothing dramatic around the site. And every time, like in school days, you always look for a grand view or a grand something very special about the site. And some of the sites like these are not very special in the conventional sense. Uh, then you have to really look and observe deeper into it. And then when you spend time, that's very key factor. You have to, when you doing observation, you have to be patient and you have to spend time and get engaged with the subject, which get engaged with the object that you are trying to learn from. So this is what exactly happened. I mean, you are clueless as to how to proceed. One side you have the program, and then you look at the site and you realize there are wonderful lines which are sort of existent on the site. Uh, it's a matter of time that you pick them up and you realize that there is a hill with a peculiar shape, and there are these undulating smaller hills terrains which are quite relevant to the human scale. I mean, they are quite big in terms of height of a human. So this is what you come back from the site, and then you start contemplating, and then when you uh, have told yourself that I need to design something as an object in the landscape, this is what the landscape is all about. And can you sort of respond to that so that you don't sort of try to contradict the landscape and how your build form could be. So this is the first sketch that probably you come up with, where you're trying to mimic the landform which is there, and try to establish the requirements of the program in a formal sense of a building, and and assimilate that in response to the uh, levels in the site, and make a sort of a tangible proposition about a cluster of dormitories or classrooms and things like that. And this is how the end result is. Now, this particular picture sort of tells you what your earlier notion was and how you wanted to, bring the build into the landscape context and still complement its surrounding. So this is how the campus looks from a distance, and now this is of course a very old photograph now, and part of it is sort of seen, but mostly it's covered by trees now. Now these are the kind of traversing routes. It was designed earlier as a school for 10+2 program, and this is how the scale for that age group would be. And this is the actual the traversing concourse between the dormitories. Now, just to sort of conclude on this, ultimately, as a child, I just started with saying that when I was at school, I uh, was observing a lot of things in route to school and back home. It was all about observing objects, and then as a and processes and making things, how things are being made. But there are many other senses that we also referred to earlier, of sound and noise and smells. Now, this a very accidental photograph, depicts all that together. Like these school kids staying on the campus are actually attracted by some chirping noise of some sunbirds taking shelter in the shadow of that bush on the right side. And this is an occasional bird flying by. And this is the kind of environment sort of ultimately it's created. And for those kids, I mean, they would carry those memories of being observant about their context and their environment. And they would sort of, convert that into something much more meaningful as they grow up. So uh, what's important is that although we are dealing with the built aspect of architecture, it's also important to understand the unbuilt, because one believes that the unbuilt defines the built. And the reading in between, or the observing the in between, is very important as you know, as a to gain the spatial experience. It's not only about acquiring skills of doing things, but it's also about acquiring skills and observing experiences, and learning from those experiences. So this is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed an enlightening and wonderful presentation. You touched upon almost all the aspects of the intangible skills, right from observation to sketching to abstraction to converting the abstraction into designs. So it was indeed a treat for all of us. Thank you so much for your inputs. And I think we should now move to the next session. And I would request Preeti to take over, Preeti Duseja to take over and announce the first speaker, first presenter. Preeti needs to be unmuted.
Yeah, I've unmuted her, ma'am.
So, the first speaker of the second session is architect Nirja Babar. Her topic is architectural learning model in context of artificial intelligence.
Honorable Session Chair and audience, greetings for the day. I, Nirja Baba, would like to take this opportunity to present the paper titled Architectural Learning Model in Context of Artificial Intelligence. This paper is an outcome of my doctoral research conducted under Dr. Prabjot Kaur, Director, IKG PTU, Mohali. Automated intelligence is changing the world at a fast pace, and new domains of wisdom are being explored with the collaborative repositories of information, namely cloud storage, artificial intelligence, and robotics. The gap between human intelligence and artificial intelligence is narrowing day by day. The new generation is at the threshold of wisdom age, where everything is big data and knowledge is out there available at a click of a mouse. However, the drawing board based teaching methods continue to favor the traditional architectural design studios with the belief that peer group mechanism harnesses creativity. This research endeavors to bring forth AI compatible pedagogical model in architectural design curriculum. The theories of evolution were made possible by retrieving the events retained in memory. As memory retention led to be classified as knowledge, the acquisition techniques were listed in taxonomy. The teaching and learning methods or pedagogy became the cornerstone of knowledge and acquisition process. Architectural design learning model. Teaching design to students is a contextual subject. Many times the students delve into the problem solving exercise in a linear manner, following the systematic logic as depicted below in the algorithmic design process. The scientific approach to architectural program, as illustrated in the book Introduction to Pre-Design by Shah and Prasad, states that observation precedes innovation. Christopher Penninger attributes good design to simple procedures and rational processes while introducing this book. According to him, the logical process makes designers considerate, articulate, and smart. The initiatives of distinction between pre-design and design are characterized in the space relationship diagram and functional relationship diagram. Architecture program. The investigation into the process of design inherits twofold methodology, either scientific technology or creative pursuit. The design as a process becomes a journey and design as a product becomes a destination. While the process of journey is rational, iterative, embedded with investigations, and has simulated modeling of interim solutions, it leads to artistic destination. The design as a product becomes a destination with creative, intuitive innovations, novel outcome of creative instincts, remodel experiences of practical applications, and aesthetically appealing and functionally viable product. Integrating digital intelligence with architectural design intelligence. Architectural design intelligence is the domain of designers whose prerogative is to lead the design's algorithm of expressions, integrating constraints and parameters, organizing presentation and collaboration. The arrival of digitalization is embedded with the precondition that it has to follow the demand for design and not vice versa. Facets of learning. The learning mechanism has been classified into skill-based domains: cognitive, affective, psychomotor, and relational. The CAPR typology induces learning when both mind and body act in coordination and respond to visual, sensory, and auditory, tactile, and intrapersonal stimuli. Benjamin Bloom proposed a taxonomy of learning goals based on CAP model of learning, and Andrew Church's proposed digital vocabulary to his taxonomy, starting from lower order thinking skills or lots at the bottom of the pyramid to higher order thinking skills or creation at the top of the pyramid. George Duarte, in his research paper titled Inserting New Technologies in Undergrad Architecture Curricula, has referred to Michel and McCullough's design model. An insight into artificial intelligence. A machine manufactured to behave intelligently is referred to as artificial intelligence. It is characterized by its ability to comprehend, analyze, and assimilate knowledge. It can perceive as multi-layered database called research-like site information, rationalize probabilities to further propose iterative solution in 3D modeling software tools called design. AI has the potential to facilitate the designers in selecting design variables, generating alternatives, and testing them for the most optimum selection as aspects of AI-enabled knowledge management. The intelligent cloud maturity model can be seen as a reflexive model of artificial intelligence, like the Aptus intelligence capacity model, where the synchronization of reaction to description, anticipation to prediction, collaboration to prescription, and orchestrating to cognition is seen. Artificial Intelligence Taxonomy. A Danish architectural practice, 3XN, along with students of master's program in strategic design and entrepreneurship, initiated an inquiry into the role of AI in letting architects exploit research and strategic design in the year 2019, with the question, how could artificial intelligence affect the creative design process within an architectural practice? AI in architecture for procuring information, utilizing imbibe inferences, and curating learning for future projects was the main objective. The whole process of handling a project, right from inception to handing it over to classified clients, has been classified into three main activities: research, design, and knowledge management. Diagramming and programming. AI is signified by machine's capability to harvest experiential knowledge in new situations, called data, information, knowledge, and wisdom model. Self-reliant form of AI can be entrusted to deliver responsive and intuitive solutions. Stenkom Christopher of Cape Gemini has paraphrased the concept of 5 senses of artificial intelligence as outcome of smart processes and intelligent automation. He has attributed activities conducted by the components responding to sensory reflexes like communication done by chatbots, response to talk and listen, monitoring by CCTV or IoT sensors to watches, knowledge gathering by hard drive to remember, store and access information, analyzing data by pattern detection to think, and servicing done by robots to act. Architectural Design Intelligence Learning Model. The 5 senses of artificial intelligence: act, think, remember, watch, listen, provoke the imagery, kinesthetics, tactile, memorial, visual, auditory, and speech respectively. The digital studio, characterized by the variables of immersion, interaction, and user involvement, calls for infrastructure remodeling of architectural design institutes. Immersive labs connected to cloud servers support peer group learning and enhance multidisciplinary skills that are expected to the wisdom age. The digital model is seen as an acronym for define, interpret, grade, iterate, translate, apply, and learn. AI integrated digital design pedagogy. The cross-disciplinary pedagogy for computer-augmented studio is recommended to include the following courses: architecture, visualization, game design and creative industries, virtual design and construction. The exercise to remodel the Architectural Design Institute requires a clear perception of outcomes in terms of knowledge domains and students' growth. The domains of intelligence and infrastructure are related, like analytical intelligence with parametric modeling labs, innovative intelligence with computer augmented studios and immersive labs, exploratory intelligence with exhibition and inventive interaction spaces, and practical intelligence with model making and building mechatronic workshops. The transaction of learning promulgates distinct domains when the context for architectural design subscribes to the languages of artificial intelligence. With the result, a new model of teaching architectural design in AI-enabled environment emerges. The typology, language, and context are related to each other in the way cognitive typology relates to scientific language and structural context, affective to natural and sustainability, psychomotor to body and mechanical, perceptive to symbolic and spatial, and imaginative to artistic expression and culture. Conclusion. The program of architecture, being multidisciplinary in nature, envisages the architects to stay ahead of prevailing industry standards because employability and adaptability to change comprise the skills to measure the relevance of education. Such cause-effect relationships spurs the validation of edutainment as an eminent part of core curriculum and builds a climate of trust for digital design pedagogy. Computers have ushered in intelligence revolution and wisdom age is product of the same. Although AI is not contesting the empathetic nature of creative mind, yet it is powerful enough to present binomial solutions. The architectural design intelligence learning model and AI integrated digital design pedagogy are developed to optimize studio pedagogy with the aim to instill collaborative skills in young minds. Thank you.
Our next presenter is architect Shraddha Mahore Majekar. Her topic is relating education to profession, a pedagogical approach.
Hello one and all. Let me begin with my presentation titled as Relating Education with Profession, a Pedagogical Approach. This presentation is based on the teaching that had happened at SMU's Brick School of Architecture. Learning is an unending process. We all learn during practice. The gap which is observed between practice and education is mainly because of the disconnect of the thought of application of theories into practice. Also, students of architecture mostly assume themselves in the role of designers. Giving more focus only on design tends to ignore the importance of the other subjects that are equally or at times more important during practice. In order to groom the students holistically and convey the importance of other subjects too, these points were adopted in the teaching and learning process. Contextualization and sensitizing about the need of the subject, use of modern teaching aids to keep them oriented towards learning, challenging activities to trigger their thought process, and participative approach to inculcate teamwork in the class. The examples that are taken in this presentation are from building services and surveying and leveling. Pedagogy was given thought during 4 major stages. At the beginning, by lesson plan preparation, then at design of inputs and study material, then while interacting with the students in the studios at site, and finally to check the learning level of students during assimilation stage. Contextualization and sensitizing is about connecting students to present environment and the places where they can contribute with their professional intellect. It was assumed that students have experience of 19-20 years and then they have come to college. Their past experiences of various spaces had actually helped a lot in connecting theory with the places and their applications. Also, by giving practical examples like what happens in field and what is the role of architect in contributing in it, that had led that had helped students a lot. Talking about acoustics class, this subject is full of technical terms, theories and calculations. The context of this subject was communicated to the students in a very first session. They were asked to share their hearing experiences within spaces. They were given some 15-20 minutes time to write on it, and then each one of them had come up with good or bad experiences of various spaces like classroom, recording studio, auditorium, their own residence, religious spaces, and outdoor areas and stadium-like spaces too. When they were sharing these experiences, every time a technical term was introduced to them. Example, when one said that in their kitchen, the sounds from neighbor's living room used to come. Then the term transmission of sound was introduced. And similarly, this entire session helped the teacher to introduce various terms used in acoustics like structure-borne sound, airborne sound, sound masking, acoustical comfort, acoustical shadows, reverberation time, and various defects in sound. And then it was told to them that we are going to learn more on this in the consecutive classes. This discussion helped a lot to keep them attentive for the entire semester. Talking about use of teaching aids, the students were asked to use mobile apps to read the sound levels at different places. Parallelly, NBC was referred to see standard values of sound level in those particular spaces. In this class, they sensed the sound and also could connect well with the standards and then identified what caused discomfort in the hearing. They did it in a joyful manner. This joy also included shouting aloud and playing drums and then measuring how much sound level is achieved. And then when one is playing drum in one area, then how much sound is reached in the another area and how sound is transmitted. So all these experiments were done in the same class. This is how they were taking sound level at various places. Talking about surveying and leveling, this subject is always considered as a civil engineering subject. And I was amazed to see that some faculty too questioned that why this subject is included in B.Arch. But myself, being an engineer and architect, have experienced its utility and importance while execution of projects on site. And also for measure drawing, this subject was very useful. Asking simple questions to students that how to lay the trench of foundation or measuring angles between the edges of site or measuring the level differences between 2 points on site. All these things made them think that they need some extra knowledge and skills for solving these practical issues, which are very relevant to architectural practice. Also, some relevance was given, like how Zaha Hadid's curvilinear forms would have been started on ground. This led them to be curious about the subject, and then on top of it, they had opportunity to sit outside the class to experiment with the surveying equipment and to feel outdoor environment. So they were always interested to come in this class. Giving challenging activities, it had been most useful in teaching learning. The design of assignments were also given in a way that they get to know about number of things and they themselves research over a number of topics. For example, this exercise was given to them to design a firefighting staircase in a high-rise tower. Within this, they learned to refer NBC to find out that where refuge area would come, how to design the door of firefighting staircase, what material should be used for it, what will be the space standards for the staircase, and then which all activities will be clubbed with this staircase. So they learned a number of things within one assignment. Another challenge was given to them to correct the acoustics of their own studio. So they had been guided with a practical approach that how to take measurements and systematic approach of assessing a space by taking sound levels and calculation of reverberation time. And then they did detailed material market survey to find the appropriate material and installations to address this issues which were there in the studio. So this is how they had surveyed the material and all. And finally, they had identified that there was a problem of lack of reflection in the studio, because the students sitting at backside of the studio could not hear teachers properly. So they had come up with solution of giving reflective panels. One side they had done detailed material market survey, and other side they did a demonstration project that representative material like those they had gone to stationery and then prepared these installations. So these glossy sheets were used to make reflective members in the studio spaces, and this is how they had done all these installations by themselves in a teamwork. Another class had made reflective panels by covering cardboard panels by aluminum foil. This is how they had hung it on ceiling, and then they had checked the levels and came to know that whatever they had assumed was correct. Regarding surveying and leveling, we had started in initial years with the flatter lands, and within one exercise only you see that distances were taken, angles were taken, and contours are also taken. So step by step we had gone ahead in that, and year by year we had started taking complex sites like the one which is shown in this slide. So the challenge was to do all the measurements within one single day, because this class comes only once in a week, and then their markings would have been vanished in the next class. So they took it by heart, and then in next class they did calculations and had prepared these contours by interpolation. There had been always participative approach, and a teacher had been there with them always in the studios, also during site work, and the learning had happened through discussions and presentations and knowledge sharing. These are some pictures while working on site. Also, third year design is very much service oriented, so all the applications of acoustics and firefighting can be seen in their design work, where they had gone into details like how to design envelope or how to do site planning, and also one can see that how firefighting had been implemented in their design project. On students front, the attendance always remained more than 80%. Students remained enthusiastic and curious, and with the teaching aids, it had been always a joyful event for students to learn. And drawings and calculations were very much coordinated and accurate. Even means the leeway was given from teachers, and that they can do less accurate work, but students were always willing to go with accurate calculations, and they worked for it. Apart from sessional exams, the theory exam results also had remained more than 90%. This was all about it. There are many things to cover, but with time constraints, I'm ending my presentation here. Thanks for listening.
Our next presenter is architect Renuka Chakradev. Her topic is teaching skills for contemporary architecture education. Introduction to micro teaching for teachers and architects.
I am architect Renuka Chakradev from SMMCA Nagpur, and the title of my paper is Writing Skills for Architects. Architecture is accepted as a visual art. It focuses on drawing as the main language of communication. Education of an architect focuses on developing multiple skill sets like creative and critical thinking abilities, knowledge of structures, construction, and design. While focusing on these new entrants, somewhere writing skills are not addressed as a essential requisite. Architecture now has been accepted as a discipline which is beyond just designing of buildings and construction of those, hence the topic. This paper aims to collate the suggestions and possibilities of inclusions of writing in the premise of architecture education. The researcher has used observations, references from literature, and the concerns from educators to have the structure for the further research. Education always had a specific purpose since centuries. It is the development of human intellect. Architecture education aims to discover the designer in oneself. Architecture education can be broadly divided into two domains. One is the knowledge domain and another is the skill domain. Architecture education thus encompasses a wide spectrum of knowledge. Writing finds its place with reference to thoughts and opinions. It conveys the ideas which are complex and cannot be comprehended in or by drawing. Writing is an engaging process and involves critical reflection of one's thought. Hence, writing becomes an essential skill for architects. Architect today has multiple roles to play. He is a photographer, he is a designer, he is a writer, and many more. According to Oklahoma State University professor, they say that the role of architect as master builder is disappearing and transforming into that of the architect as the master of information. This critical information will be gathered, analyzed, and disseminated largely through the writing process. Writing also employs use of another important skill, reading. Reading for additional information strengthens the writing skill and ultimately improves the knowledge base. The schools of architecture should actively focus on incorporating writing skills at various stages. The educators should teach learners to make connections across subject areas and with their lives outside the school of architecture. The premise of writing possibilities in architecture education can be listed broadly as academic writing, which can include briefs, reports, and documents, and dissertations and theses, which already we have. Some active writing, critique, development of an argument, intertextuality, journalism, travelogues, and documentation of projects. Architecture ultimately develops thinkers, and writing is one of the powerful tools to express views and opinions. So it is a necessity to give a conscious thought to train students of architecture with writing skills. This will ensure a coherent approach for them to become better writers and ultimately better thinkers.
Our next speaker is Dr. Brintha Lakshmi. Her topic is Addressing Architectural Professional Needs in India, a model structure for the Bachelor of Architecture program.
Very warm greetings from Baroda to all of you attending this conference from any corner of India. I know all of you are glued to your screens, ready to continue participating in this conference. So let me begin my presentation without taking any more time. The title of my paper is Addressing Professional Needs for Architecture in India, a model structure for the Bachelor of Architecture program. As the title suggests, this paper proposes a two-phased, design-focused structure for the Bachelor of Architecture program. I have two reasons as to why the present structure of the B.Arch curriculum needs to be altered to emphasize design. The chaotic, unpleasant environment around us. This may be attributed to poor planning and engineering, but buildings and their architecture are major contributors to the quality of the built environment. If we need to have a better environment, we need to emphasize design. Secondly, my personal experience of teaching for over 30 years shows that design learning is seen as the same as learning other subjects. But in reality, this is not so. Design needs to be the primary subject in architectural education. Hence, the need for a design-focused education. Let us now look at what is architectural design and its education. Designing itself is a complex process and it's a generative assignment. We will see a little later what is this complex process. It's a generative assignment because it generates a proposal, it generates a piece of architecture. That is, it is about creating something. In his book, Inquiry by Design, Zeisel identifies three main activities in designing. They are imaging, presenting, and testing. Let us now look at what is this task of imaging. Imaging is about creating a blurred pictorial of a part of the world where nothing has been there before. This is through a long process of maybe a research phase, which leads to design inferences, and then a design proposal. The research phase is actually an exploratory investigation of a design situation, which involves one's own values, issues and biases of the issues that may interest the designer, biases that the designer may possess, and ideas that may motivate the design. This investigation phase will involve understanding the project program, examining the site, looking at current architectural discourses, and many other aspects, which I'm not going into detail right now. When we look at what is this design proposal and if it is the expression of form, space, and building elements, essentially it is meant to convey meaning and enhance experiential quality. So the designer actually looks for a kind of coherence between one's own values, issues, biases, or the idea, and the form, space, and building elements. The second activity is one of presenting. Presenting is about communicating images of the proposal. This is through sketches, technical drawings which are plans, sections, elevations, models or photographs. While they communicate the proposal, they also facilitate the solution to the problem. The third activity is testing. The act of testing is actually to improve the design, to ensure coherence between concept and proposed design. And in this process, the designer re-images the design. The judgment to improve the design is based on an evaluative criteria drawn from the concept. Essentially, it is about creating a coherence of various elements, events, forms, materials, occupations, circulation, shapes, textures, colors, masses also. The design is re-imaged, presented and tested till it is considered ready to be built. Zeisel also observed that the repeat of the three activities comes with experience. It also requires time and focus. He observes that experienced architects are actually better at taking decisions in terms of refining the design. Let us now look at the design process and the approach of students. Students are exposed to the generative method for the first time. They struggle to comprehend the process itself. The act of designing requires a new mindset and also new skills. There are a number of dimensions and the complex connections of these dimensions, skills and the tools need to be dealt with together. They need to conceptualize. This itself is a process. There is decision making at different levels and this requires critical thinking. While they do critical thinking, they also need to develop lateral thinking so that they make the connection between the idea, the physical expression. And this task is often difficult for most students. In addition, perceiving the images and refining the design based on the evaluative criteria is another task to be learned and sharpened. So essentially, there are many skills to be learned and many ideas to be mulled on. It is this long, complex process of doing many tasks through the 3 sets of activities that there needs to be enough time to focus, to engage continuously with the design process, and at the same time develop confidence to take design decisions independently. It is only when the student will engage for long hours with these activities will he or she actually become confident. It is on this basis of the complexity of designing that architectural education needs to have architectural design at its core and allocate uninterrupted time for design learning and design experience. Let us now look at the present structure of a semester for the B.Arch program. It is essentially a 15-week semester for any year of the B.Arch program except for the practical training. All the subjects related to the professional core, basic sciences and applied engineering, and elective courses are taught in every semester and through the semester. Architectural designing and the rest of the subjects are taught concurrently throughout the semester. As I said earlier, the present pattern of curriculum treats design learning to be the same as learning other subjects. Moreover, design learning is interrupted with the learning of other subjects because they're taught concurrently and through the semester. So there isn't dedicated time just for design. There is an overlap of many activities and many subjects. Because the process of designing is complex and unfamiliar for students, there is need for focused time and effort. Hence, the need to ensure undivided attention and time for learning to design. The proposed model emphasizes learning to design. Hence, each semester is divided into 2 phases, where the first phase is of 5 weeks, where the students learn subjects that are to be applied in the design studio. These will be in short modules and crisp information. So students will learn subjects like basic design, history of architecture, etc., or even building construction and structures, and apply that knowledge to the architectural design studio that will follow. The aim here is to spend more time and engage rigorously in field visit and design studio to integrate values, issues, experience, and architectural expression. I would also like to emphasize that in addition to organizing functions, the skill to perceive architectural design in terms of spaces, such as built and open, to infuse meaning to functions through architectural elements, to bind building elements to address issues of scale and proportion, to incorporate experiences such as visual, sound, smell, etc., and refine the same, need to be highlighted and explored in design studios. The above also need to be underscored in introductory lectures to design studios. Another aspect that needs to be carefully tackled is integration of values, issues, and architectural expressions. These skills then lead to innovative expressions, and they also make the task of decision making less tormenting for the young student. Let me conclude my presentation with the outcomes and the implementation of the model. The first phase of the model will provide the knowledge base for design studios, but simultaneously also sharpen listening, reading, and assimilating skills. The second phase of the model will develop skills to learn from observations and site visits, to draw, especially technical drawings, to build models, to think critically and to think laterally and create integrated architectural expressions through explorations. The model will also enable active learning in students through doing as well as develop skills to assess the things they are doing. This is what will be very critical because they have the time to think through what they are doing. The need to elaborate the model to include there is a need to elaborate the model to include the detailed structure for the 5 years of the B.Arch program as well as outline design focused syllabi for the related subjects. The implementation of the model will require a one-day orientation for students to outline the objectives of the design studio and key aspects to assimilate from the subject-based modules. It will require preparation of detailed week-wise activities and evaluation systems in the design studio programs by faculty. It will require deep involvement and coordination of faculty in the design process of students, especially because it is going to be for long hours. Training of faculty to develop skills to translate abstract ideas into architectural expressions, as well as appraise faculty of their role in developing the design skill of students. This is not to say that many of these activities are not happening presently in design studios, but because the design studio is going to be for so many weeks continuously, it will require in-depth monitoring. Finally, to ensure a smooth learning process, students too will need to be proactive, engage sincerely, and follow instructions of the studio faculty. This is the last slide. It lists the references. I shall not go into details because I have overshot my time.
Our next presenter is architect Yeshwarya Daftari. Her topic is creative teaching techniques for architecture students.
To one and all present today. I am architect Aishwarya Daftari and I will be talking about creative teaching techniques for architecture students, and the technique that I am going to explain is kinetic. So, education is deliberate. We act with purpose to develop understanding and judgment and enable action. As the purpose can vary greatly, so does the technique of educating. In the 21st century, many challenges are faced by education, leading to the development and implementation of many teaching and learning approaches. The conventional teaching strategies, which are teacher-centric, finds limited use in the teaching learning for architecture students. In due course of time, many creative techniques have evolved, which are student-centric. They help students acquire information, ideas, skills, values, ways of thinking, and expressing themselves. Before entering architecture schools, the students are imbibed with the conventional method of learning. The paradigm shift from the conventional process to creative learning process slowly enhances the student's thinking skills and he develops higher order thinking skills. In this stage of development, the creativity of the learner is further expanded. In architecture, specifically for designing, the teacher plays an important role in the development of the three types of creativity, which is very necessary for the students: expressive creativity, productive creativity, and innovative creativity. So, what is expressive creativity? It is a spontaneous expression without a reference to originality and quality of product. Similarly, productive creativity is when a person is able to produce something innovative, and innovative creativity is one in which the student is able to develop new ideas or principles with the help of highly developed abstract conceptualization skills. So let's now understand what is synetics and its process. Synetics is an interesting approach to the development of creativity designed by William J.J. Jordan and his associates. It is one such approach which helps to enhance the three types of creativity which we have discussed earlier. The chief element in synetics is the use of analogies. It is designed to lead us into a slightly illogical world, to give us the opportunity to invent new ways of seeing things, expressing ourselves, and approaching problems. So, the synetics process. When we talk about the process, in this process, emotional or irrational component are more important than the intellectual or rational component. Irrational state is the best mental environment for exploring and expanding ideas, but the decisions are taken at the rational level. The analysis of certain irrational and emotional process can help the individual and the group to increase their creativity by using irrationality in a constructive way. The study was conducted on the second year students of B.Arch. A total of 30 students were made the part of the study. Before introducing the design problem, the students were made to do synetics phase 1 and 2, which we will discuss. Phase 1. Description of the present condition. In this, the students were told to prepare a sheet of Who am I, in which the students were to define themselves graphically, poetically, etc., or through any media they are comfortable with. In this phase, the students were taught brainstorming, which helped them throughout the activity. So, in this phase, they were able to understand themselves. The second phase of the study was the direct analogy. Students had to directly compare themselves with any other object, animals, or theory they think that defines them. Students came up with 10 different analogies on the basis of their phase 1 activity, selected one and explored it further. Phase 3 was the personal analogy. In this, the student became the analogy they selected in phase 2. During this phase, the design problem of My Studio Apartment was introduced to the student. Taking reference from phase 1 and 2, the students are now made to think of themselves and the apartment as one and become the analogy as in phase 2. Phase 4, that is compressed conflict. A two-word description of an object in which the word seems to be opposite or contradictory to each other. Example, safe attack, weakly strong, etc. After selecting 3 personal analogies, the students were made to think of compressed conflicts based on personal analogy. This helped the students to have a broader perspective on both strengths and weaknesses, positives and negatives. Phase 5. Re-examination of the original task. So in this, by the end of the third phase, the students have developed a strong concept for the design of My Studio Apartment. Now, they re-examined their previous phase to make the concept sheet. So the last phase was phase 6, that was the conversion of concept to designing. So this process of synetics has taken students through a structured process of concept understanding and development. Now they have enough resources and understanding to convert their concept effectively into design. I have identified few common problems which are faced by students. First is they are unable to understand what is a concept. Then selection of concept according to the requirements of design and implementation of that concept as per the needs of design. And the fourth, which we most commonly observe, is that the students are forcefully putting up the concept after designing as it is the requirement of design submission. Approaching design concept through synetics has achieved the following observations. First, the common problem faced by students, which I just mentioned, has reduced to a considerable extent. It has served as a bridge between concept and its implementation is design as it is visible from the graph. If you have a look at the graph, the planning with concept as the core of designing has shown growth of about 40% considering the needs of designing. The students who used to plan without any concept and who used to jump to planning directly has reduced to about more than half. The number has become almost half of those who used to frame concept after planning as it was a requirement of the design problem. I would like to conclude by saying that the above method shows an overall improvement in concept development and its attainment in the designing by making students follow an illogical path to come up with a semantic and embedded concept in design.
Is architect Pashmina Ghom and Professor George. Their topic is Potential of Cognitive Learning in Architecture Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pashmina Ghom. My research title is Potentials of Cognitive Learning in Architectural Education. This is my presentation overview. Why architectural education needs intervention? Profession and education of architecture are at crossroads, facing irrelevance as compared to yesteryears and is rising. It is important to probe into the reasons for such a plight to the noble profession, which has always found meaningful and worthy expression in terms of cultural products that made the habitation of humanity a bliss. Architecture in the past is connected with producing individual work of art and culture. Today, architecture faces severe challenges of global nature, including that of increasing influence of computers, changing roles of professionals, perils of climate changes, failing economy, man-induced calamities. Traditional skills are architectural ideas including formal aesthetics, building technology, history, practical skills like sketching, model making. Contemporary skills are computation, modeling, efficiency evaluation, performance evaluation, simulation, BIM, project management, and in-depth knowledge of modern materials and technology. If you see, there is skills and contemporary skills. Why do we need philosophy? What is profession? Philosophy makes one understand that the world is seen in many ways and that our long-held beliefs are not inherently capable of deciding what we want for the future. There are many master architects who define architecture according to their philosophies and their perspectives. The problems that connect philosophy to architecture are aesthetic, legal, political, metaphysical, and epistemological issues. Architecture is a professional course. Profession is economic activity in which people engage to earn the means for their livelihood by using their skills and special knowledge, which is acquired from many studies and practices in a particular field. And the money earned is in the form of fees. The current scenario of architectural education. Architectural education, like any other education, conveys, conserves, and transmits the profession, knowledge, and societies at large. Approach in architecture education is theory-based, ideal, with less practical insight and can avoid economic viability. Architecture created has emphasis on practical insight, economic viability, and safety. There is a disparity between education and practice. Hence, it is important to analyze content, process, and teaching style in architectural education. To start this, what if we consult students of final year B.Arch program for their expectation, aspiration, and difficulties they faced? At last, they are the one who will be exposed to new world and a way of thinking, perceiving, and taking into cognition the subject they have learned and academic stipulations. To investigate, we have identified 3 institutes. The first one is Autonomous Public Technical and Research University, 30 students, State University, 40 students, private university, 40 students. Different parameters were identified from open-ended question. Then the 3 surveyed institutes were asked to rate on the Likert scale 1 to 5, 1 being not at all important, 5 being very important. Mean score 3 and above implies expectations which are important. They are highly paid job, information approval, reputation, learning to design effectively, innovation. 47% students from Institute 1 are unsatisfied from overall B.Arch program based on the parameter they have identified. 32% from Institute 2 and 35% from Institute 3. Student thinks their education got affected in terms of modern tools, time management, global exposure, practical application of design, work pressure, influence from other departments in terms of placement and career opportunities. One of the highest problems that students face in classroom is communication. There is no wonder since the student groups in the mass education system are drawn from heterogeneous background and exposure. 75% of students experience communication problem in Institute 1, 70 in Institute 2 and 65 in Institute 3. This indicates lower level of communication skill, absence of discourse, and interaction that are key parameters. When facing empowerment in student is lack of cognition. Cognition requires the joint efforts of all 5 senses of perception, whereas the lecturing mode considers majorly sight and hearing. Perception level and involvement of all perceptory senses in the process of learning has to be increased for better understanding and comprehension. Institute 1, 2 and 3 thinks their cognition problem exists. Regarding demonstration of key issues in the classroom, 50% of autonomous technical and research university student feels unsatisfied, not receiving accepted level of knowledge and understanding. In Institute 2 and 3, it is 71 and 64%. Sufficient site visits and hands-on experience. The unsatisfied percentage is 40%, 78% and 75%. Do you think having only knowledge is important? Knowledge dump is information acquired through sensory input. Lecturing mode primarily does add to knowledge dump. The concept of knowledge refers to familiarity with factual information. Skills, however, refer to ability to apply knowledge to specific situation. However, the appropriateness of skill to be identified to include in B.Arch program must be obtained from industry, research, professionals, building market, academics, and students. Once the requirements are identified, new skills shall replace the obsolete ones to create empowerment. Creativity is the expression of knowledge with skill by the empowered. Creativity and intelligence are obtained by training of brain. Choice of skill to be imparted has a temporal influence. Each time it has its own base technology, technique, materials and knowledge. That means the professional needs to upgrade and remain relevant. This capability to remain relevant is a resilience of a B.Arch program, which makes it successful in the test of time to trim and maintain its relevance. Creativity requires 3 characteristics, namely psychological attributes, skill, cultural behavior. Creativity can be enhanced by intention, practice, enjoyment, and cognitive-based learning. It is an alternative exploration for instructional design. Cognition is a process of perceiving, recording, storing, organizing, and using information. Cognitive strategy are a systematic method people use to process information, solve problems, not just numerical, but all domains including survival. Cognitive strategies will be useful for the student and teachers to learn, assimilate, recollect, reflect, to apply the production of new knowledge and invention. Cognition plays a crucial role in knowledge acquisition and skill acquisition. The purpose of cognitive-based learning system is to define and evaluate how students learn and then teach in a way that supports the learning style and leading to empowerment. Conclusion. There exists a disparity between how subject of architecture is approached in design education and how architecture is created. Therefore, it is crucial to analyze content, process, teaching style in architectural education if it is remain relevant. The survey and the studies done conclude that expectation of a final B.Arch students are learning to design effectively, information approval and innovation, which is essential for empowerment. Students aspire to have their own firms, highly paid jobs, opportunities as other branches of engineering. Difficulties they faced in B.Arch program lectures and studios are communication, demonstration, space, equipments, infrastructure leading to cognition problems. They prefer practical and field knowledge by emphasizing conceptual understanding rather than drafting and drawing shape. Even the new education policy 2020 talks about instilling skills, values, disposition that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development and living and global well-being, thereby reflecting truly global citizens. Learning to think effectively and creatively is a result of empowerment, which the nation aspire its designers to reach and master. Cognitive learning will enhance creative critical thinking and a logical decision making and innovation by instilling empowerment in the learners of architecture. These are my references. Thank you.
Our last speaker for the day is architect Rashmi Tandon and architect Amit Hejla and architect Jaya Kumar. Their topic is Gaps in Architecture Education in India.
I, Rashmi Baluja Tandon, author of this research paper, along with my co-authors Dr. Amit Hajela and Dr. Jaya Kumar, would like to present our paper, Gaps in Architecture Education. What is architecture education? Architecture education is responsible for preparing students to practice as architects with a lifelong objective and commitment to serve the society, thereby providing better environments, well-being and quality of life for all. Architecture education is part of the service sector and should imbibe quality parameters. But unfortunately, in last few decades, the emphasis has been on quantity. We will continue to have growing demands of professionals and we will require more employable graduates. This paper aims at putting together gaps in architecture as an enabler to develop quality parameters in architecture education based on an exhaustive study and analysis of viewpoints of play, making our youth globally competitive. Shelter is one of the three basic human needs, and there is a shortfall of approximately 31 million housing units in both urban and rural areas. The building industry is the second largest employer in India after agriculture, and projected contribution to nation's economy is going to be 5 times in next 2 years. Besides this, the gross enrollment ratio of 25.8% is expected to go up to 50% by 2035. There are currently 467 architecture schools in India, whereas there were only 4 schools at the time of independence. There has been a phenomenal growth in number of institutions in the last 15 years. India is well known for a well-evolved education system since time immemorial. Many universities and colleges happened in early 19th century, and art education also started in 1850 in Madras, and later on in Kala Bhavan in Baroda and JJ School of Art in Mumbai. JJ was the first architecture college and was started by Britishers with its ideology based on art. Delhi Polytechnic, later on named as SPA Delhi, was based on classicism and technology. IIT Kharagpur came up in response to nation building, and CEP was created by mentors like architect B.V. Doshi with a unique approach. Initial years post-independence were spent on nation building. PWD and architects like Corbusier and Koenigsberger contributed tremendously. Various state-level research laboratories and CBRI Roorkee were established in 60s. During 70s and 80s, Doshi, Korea, Baker contributed in reviving Indian context and identity. Later, in 70s and 80s, HUDCO, building centers and development alternatives contributed to the new building techniques and need-based approach. The architecture kept evolving since independence, and we see large impact of global trends, technology along with the Indianness in the variety of buildings that have come up over the time. Many regulatory organizations and institutions related to architecture have come up over the time, and each has a role to play in shaping the built form and its related activities. IIA and COA are regulatory and statutory bodies responsible in promoting architecture education in India. Besides many other functions, Council of Architecture is responsible to provide minimum standards of architecture education in India. Various policy level efforts have been made by our government in regards to higher education ever since independence. The National Education Policy 2020 lays importance on the quality education and intends to transform curriculum and pedagogy by 2022 by integrating technology at all levels and creating multidisciplinary institutes with emphasis to research. The admission to architecture schools involve an aptitude test at entrance level. Joint entrance examination and NATA conduct these exams, and admission is granted to various schools on the basis of scores received and 10+2 performance. The various reviewed gaps in architecture education through the perspective of experts in the field of architecture are classified under different heads. The viewpoints of various experts like Professor G.M. Mandala, Professor M.N. Ashish Ganju, Professor A.G.K. Menon, Professor Anand Krishna, Architect Prem Chandravarkar, Architect Jaimini Mehta, Architect Shirish Berry, Architect Miki Desai, Architect Habib Khan, Architect Uttam Jain, Architect Narendra Dengle, Architect Ashok Lal, Architect Kuldeep Singh, Architect K.T. Ravindran, and many others have been considered before drawing out the conclusions. These people have spoken at length on various issues of admission processes involved, the gaps in curriculum, the ideal pedagogy required, and the ideologies to be followed by the schools. They also have pointed out on the various teaching processes in response to the pedagogy and the ideology of the school. They have also spoken about the values and ethics required in practice. They have also spoken about importance of research and documentation, where our country lacks tremendously. They have also spoken about the gaps in practice and education, the quality required in overall performance and delivery, the standardization to meet the global trends, and the multidisciplinary approach which can fill up all these gaps. So keeping this into account, based on the reviews of the expert opinion and research, we arrive at following conclusions. First, in the present era of technology, the transformations across disciplines is happening at a very fast pace. Second, India is a signatory to SDG adopted by UNDP in 2015. According to the global commitment, it is incumbent on India to achieve the defined goals. Creativity, resilience, digital technology, and allocation of adequate financial resources will be paramount. It has taken 37 years to revise minimum standards of architecture education. Over the years, we have only repackaged education. Fourth, there are visible significant changes in the NEP 20 towards school and higher education, which provides for introducing vocational subjects at school level. The NEP 20 pertaining to architecture education reflects many ideas as emphasized by Woods Hill in 1924, which created a tiered system of education and an exit policy at 3 levels, keeping in view the financial conditions of the affordability of Indians to pursue higher education, almost an equivalent to DigiLocker as suggested by NEP 20. Point 7. Emphasis on vocational subjects will help students orient towards architecture as vocational education and is synonymous to the atelier system of architecture education, hands-on training, integration of liberal arts and design thinking in their curriculum. Eighth, the introduction of subjects like sustainability and endeavor to enable environmental consciousness within students in their formative years will certainly make them sensitive towards adopting sustainable measures later as professionals. Ninth, the review of the curriculum needs to be a continuous process, undertaken every 10 years, which makes education relevant in this technology-driven day and age. The curriculum needs to clearly define essentials and variables, and flexibility to address regional issues where the schools are allowed to evolve a viable pedagogical approach which supports self-learning. 11th, at times Sometimes it is seen that to the rigid guidelines set up by the affiliating universities, and they don't have enough flexibility to adopt innovative methods of teaching and learning and follow a stereotype pedagogy. Point number 12. Elective courses should be allowed to students with respect to new approaches and trends to make them globally competitive. 13. Various gaps in terms of teaching and learning processes are dependent on individual pedagogical approaches and which may or may not be directly or indirectly depending upon the ideologies and philosophies adopted by the schools. 14th, the lack of institutional support and commitment is also one of the major gaps, and inadequate infrastructure, weak leadership are responsible for poor outcomes. The physical infrastructure of architecture institutions is critical to the outcomes, and it should support latest educational technologies for quality delivery. 15th, the faculty is not skilled enough to preach the new methods with the aid of technology. The shift in pedagogy due to technology is inappropriate for most of the schools. 16th, lack of properly skilled and experienced teachers. Most of the times, the fresh graduates who lack in both practical and research experience take up teaching for better economic benefits of the promoters. 17th, the criteria for recruitment needs to be reviewed, which provides for more contractual appointments for fixed duration to attract best talent who are compensated adequately, which will be a motivation for practicing architects to share their experience with academics. Point number 18. There is a huge gap between practice and academics, and the system should encourage professionals into academics as they add tremendous value through relevant practical inputs required as an essential tool for professional delivery. 19. Architecture education needs to pursue more research-driven approach. India has not invested sufficiently in research in architecture and planning domain. Consequently, we lack substantial database and repository to support comprehensive learning. Point number 20, the emphasis on research and documentation is critical to architecture education, which translates into innovation and out-of-box thinking. 21, there is lack in creation of knowledge and there are no mechanisms where they can be shared with various schools. Every school should have an online archival cell which should be connected to NPTEL and NDL platforms which allow sharing of their documented works. 22, the process of accreditation should be made mandatory every 5 years for all architectural institutions, which should include the performance evaluation of graduates in the field of profession. I would like to conclude with this note. Architecture education in India awaits a paradigm shift, which will make architecture a preferred profession, as it has all essential ingredients to provide a holistic learning opportunity which supports interdisciplinary engagement and seamless migration. Thank you.
I would now request Architect Madhav Joshi sir to reflect on the presentations.
Thank you. It's a sort of a long-drawn session, the second one, but it was very engaging all the more. It was very engaging for the reason, for the wide spectrum of topics touched upon by various speakers and presenters, and with the help of their research, which is very pertinent to the subject of the conference. What I have noted down is if I have to just touch upon the various topics, architecture learning model in context of artificial intelligence, which is apparently the most popular subject among the students for its sort of X factor, you can say, because there are a lot of famous practices like Zaha Hadid and MAD and various global Frank Gehry. All of them have been practicing AI-based softwares and the methodologies to exercise their philosophies to bring about projects in reality, which are popularly known as digital architecture or parametrics-based architecture, and which is a very upcoming field. Many students after graduation in India travel abroad to gain specialization in the subject of parametric architecture and try and come back and exercise their knowledge bit by bit. And there are exciting possibilities lie ahead for the young architects who have chosen to be in that field. Most of the topic actually focus upon the methodologies of teaching and what are the ways one can correct and develop upon the sort of traditional approaches of pedagogical approaches of architectural teaching, and how they need to sort of have freedom to make and deviate from the stereotype patterns if at all they are emerging. And there has to be a strong connect with the regional variation, and that's a very key aspect, because every child, every student has a different background that they grow up in terms of its geographical and climatological experiences or the environment. And that in some way has to sort of emerge and be included strongly into sort of electives and understanding in order to glean examples from their own context and sort of develop upon that for the design responses as they would do uh, in those respective design challenges that they would face. So this aspect is very important. Uh, a simple example of that could be a few years back, there was a competition sponsored by industrial giant about sponsoring their own material, which was steel, or let's say stainless steel, and they wanted some public furniture to be uh, made by using steel and some regional material. And that was a wonderful sort of parameter that they had set. So even if you had to have one common uh, element in that, which could be steel, and which is like available everywhere, but you would have a different type of stone, different type of wood, different type of clay, and there are different materials and skills available in different region, and how to sort of look into those possibilities and how to bring those skills into the ongoing education methods is very important. And cognitive aspect of any learning, and in this case of architecture, is very important. It's been discussed, deliberated times times again, and so that continues. And it's very important to understand the skill set of traditional wisdom, and as it is to be applied for the new requirement is very important. Similarly, there was a wonderful research based on a certain sample, because I mean, my observation is that sample is very critical in any research for that matter. But nonetheless, the results are quite sort of indicative of the trend which is there amongst the different types of institutes, whether those could be privately run institutes, state-run universities, or autonomous public technical and research universities. There are various aspects which are focused more on certain education environments, and that's a very insightful research, I would say. Relevance of teaching method with changing time technology has to respond to the changing marketplace. Ultimately, although there are sort of buyers or takers and patrons for different, a wide spectrum of art and architecture, uh, on a more practical note, the marketplace sort of demands certain set of skills and certain deliverables from the professionals at large. And institutes should keep that in focus and be constantly in sort of conversation and touch with the needs of marketplace as well as what's required in future. That's more important. So uh, now the practices have become more global in the sense of the competition that is already arrived, and the skill set can no more dwell upon only the traditional aspects of a particular region, but good practices will always strive and crave for larger appetite in terms of attempting to intervene in greater situations, maybe at architecture, urban design, or urban planning. Now, what I found, the last paper which was presented, which addressed the gaps in architecture, has very emphatic and substantial and a comprehensive set of recommendations or guidelines. 22 in almost, I mean, there are 22 guidelines and recommendations, which every one of them had sort of merit in them. Some of them can be sort of talking about the same things, but collectively they sort of cover the entire range of issues and the gaps that need to be addressed. And most importantly, which the point number 15, 16, 17 touches upon, is the quality of faculty or the teachers. Now, the fact that there are so many private, public, state-run educational institutes in architecture, uh, there is a serious sort of shortage of passionate teachers, I would say. So, architectural teaching, of course, requires inputs and a constant sort of sourcing from the professionals. That's definitely undeniable, and that's the point that I had sort of exercised. But I had wonderful teachers who taught theory in the best possible manner, and some of the fundamentals of architecture were absolutely made clear to us, and the sort of inquisitiveness about certain things, and the liking for reading and sketching was imbibed on us from the purely teacher kind of persons, and who were not particularly sort of inclined toward practice, but they are more passionate about teaching the subject of architecture. So I think there has to be, every institute has to have a balance of both, and I wouldn't say that either of them are only important. So with that, I would like to sort of conclude on my observations on the papers presented in the second session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Harimohan, sir, to speak about the panelist.
Thank you, Architect Madhav Joshi, for wonderfully summarizing this second session. I fully agree with you that there has to be a balance between theory and practice in the field of education itself. Now, though Ms. Joshi has summarized almost all the papers, I would like to point out three observations. First is Ms. Tandon's, the last paper by Ms. Tandon, where she has more or less proved that there is more gaps in education than real content of teaching. I mean, it's so obvious. And I don't know, we need to really sit back and wonder how to fill these gaps in a totally innovative manner by addressing the issue of using skills which are required to become a good architect. So that's one. But then an indication to this, a clue to this was there in Ms. Shraddha Manjrekar's presentation. She used one term which perhaps is missing in education. It's called the joy of learning. She spoke about the joy of learning, which she noticed in the students when they were given all kinds of practical assignments like surveying, working on the field, making a construction, making a structure all by themselves with appropriate guidance, or doing a practical related to acoustics, understanding acoustics. So perhaps through the route of understanding what kind of skills we should employ for better architectural education, we have to rediscover the joy of learning. And that is the most important responsibility of a teacher, to discover the joy of learning through the joy of teaching, because both are, symbiotic in nature, the joy of learning and the joy of teaching. And definitely the sunrise field called artificial intelligence is here. We cannot ignore this. I know how it was in 1979 when I was a final year student. The subject called Introduction to Computer Programming was introduced in final year as an elective subject. And I was one of the few architecture students who opted for it. In fact, maybe I was the only one in the class. And there were few engineering students who opted for it. If it was not for that elective subject, I would have got used to this, the plethora of gadgets which have come in the market after that. And today I carry one of the most powerful tools in my pocket, with which every technological application is available in this powerful tool called the mobile phone. So, and today we are actually on the verge of that kind of sunrise called artificial intelligence, and we should not ignore this. I also remember how AutoCAD or CAD related applications came into the market, and it was totally, it was a big no-no. Using these tools were a big no-no in schools of architecture, and I was those days a lecturer in JJ, and how it was highly discouraged in all schools of architecture and universities that you shall not touch AutoCAD for drawing. And today, what is the situation today? So somehow there is always a fear among architects and architectural educators to keep technology little at bay, and to continuously believe that your own acquired skills are more than enough. But that is not true. Perhaps that is the reason why no architect so far has come out with technologies as new inventions in this world. We always depend on others to give us new technologies for our own professional applications also, including softwares. I have always felt why we architects are not able to create programming softwares for architectural programming, though we tend to call the subject architectural programming, the process of designing as architectural programming. Very few of us architects are good at programming subject itself, computer programming, which is a purely logical subject, maths-oriented logical subject. So we cannot ignore this sunrise subject called artificial intelligence. Of course, this is opening up a wide avenue for all of the young architects of these days, and especially the teachers, to do research and see how it is possible to incorporate these new sunrise fields into our own practice as well as teaching. I think I would reserve my comments for the last date, that is tomorrow. There is much more. I could go on and on for hours together if we were to discuss all the papers. Thank you, Architect Madhav Joshi, for that wonderful
thank you, sir.
summary of all the papers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harimohan sir, and thank you, Madhav Joshi sir, for your wonderful summary. As Harimohan sir rightly mentioned, the nuances of all these papers and uh, about the theory and practice which you expressed. Uh, Even I believe that it has to be a balance between theory and practice, and the theory not remaining only in the journals and being actually applicable. So the student understand why they are learning that particular theory, which probably is missing these days. That's what we feel. That's why in my opening remarks, I said that we teach theory application oriented. So which I think is has to be thought about and taught to the students. The second point which I really liked about which Harimohan sir mentioned is in Shraddha's presentation, she mentioned about the joy of learning. And what Harimohan said, I totally agree to it, that it will come only when there is joy of teaching. So if the teachers are passionate, if the teachers love what they are doing and put their heart and soul in it, then definitely the students will experience the joy in learning. So I think that brings us to the end of the session, and uh, I'm really grateful to all the speakers today who accepted my invitation and agreed to come and deliver their thoughts and also listen to all of the delegates and give a comment on those. I am also grateful to our knowledge partners, Council of Architecture and IIA Pune Center for giving their support to this noble cause, which is architectural education. And thanks a lot. And sir, looking forward to you being here with us tomorrow as well, as and when time permits. So please be there and listen to rest of the papers as well, because they have also come up with really good thought processes. So that's the end of the day, and let us meet tomorrow morning 10 a.m. sharp. We'll begin with the first session and the first presenter of the day at 10 a.m. sharp. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
You take your leave, and thanks once again. Stay safe and stay healthy. Take care. Have a good day.
Madam, the only thing we are missing is the hot cup of tea.
Yeah, I know, sir.
Which we have to order from above here.
Yes, we'll wait for some time, and definitely we'll be
Some
together
occasion,
to have a
yes.
cup of tea in my cabin.
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.